Hello, and welcome to Odin's Eye Gaming with our 13th episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. We're playing D&D 5th Edition, the Waterdeep Dragon Heist module. I'm Texas Deviant, the DM, and to my right is...
Texas Tibbers playing Astra the Druid.
I'm Bryodox playing Percy, the Sorcerer.
And I'm Rin. I'm Westfield playing Rin, the Satyr Rogue.
Hello, and welcome everybody. D&D recap.
So previously on
D&D.
we after the fireball we went to investigate. We did some local investigation around the actual site itself, and then we also went and talked to the cops and told them we got this tool.
Yeah, the umbrella tool thing.
Yeah, that we casually been carrying around with us and are looking for this specific thimble, right? That we think has something to do with the explosion.
Yep.
And then later on, from the cops that we talked to, they told us that there was a guy who was south of the field ward that we should go meet up with? Question mark?
So we heard that there may be rumors of another Nimblebright somewhere in the field ward. So
Okay.
that's something we gotta investigate at some point.
It's got a thing. You just gotta wipe it.
Oh, is it just...
Yeah.
Is it a little?
I was noticing that over here, and then...
Small technical difficulties.
It's not even technical. It's a small
Oh no,
finger.
Ryan just punched the camera.
Darkness, light.
Punch the
Darkness,
audience.
light.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
It's perfect.
Sweet.
Thank you, Ryan. Much
Sorcerer,
Up close and
what's
personal with
magic?
Bryodox.
Prestidigitation.
Oh my god.
Best spell in the game.
But that's about all I can remember, other than we earned 20,000 gold, and we got a new
And you got
property.
fined.
Plus 5
30,000
magic
gold.
weapon and
And we all leveled up to 7!
no, we also spent some time doing some snooping around our house. Snooping. We searched the rooftops and stuff, and we had our resident druid turn into a panther and sniff around for clues. We found out that there's a Xanathar Guild hideout relatively close by, underground, near our base of operations.
We also found a new sewer entrance.
Yes, we found a new sewer entrance, and I think our main lead right now is that field ward situation. I can't remember if we got anything else immediately going on.
So let's talk about all the clues that you guys have, the leads that you guys have, and connections that you guys have.
Yeah.
Because right now you're currently investigating to find the source of the Nimblebright that caused the explosion.
Yes.
So what all
Danny.
do you have going on?
How, Danny?
Or what potential leads?
I got it. Wait, different Collins got it.
I got it.
Hardware
Danny
difficulties.
literally just gymnastics her way into that and found it.
By the way, just IRL, on Tuesdays, we typically hide the hard bones from the dogs because they will intentionally drop them. So we sometimes they'll find their way, and it's actually really impressive.
Okay, leads, clues, investigations.
Oh, and we made the new friend two episodes ago. that did the talking with the dead, or speak with dead, or animate.
Yeah,
dead.
we met
And
the priest.
we could meet up with at any time in the dock ward bar.
Yeah, so I think some of our main clues are, we know that this Nimblebright was used to fire the fireball from a necklace of fireballs onto the scene and escaped across the rooftops and off into the streets. We lost track of it there. We know that the Nimblebrights are expensive.
We knew that they're nimble rights.
Nimblebrights?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I said
They're
nimble
very
bright.
offended if you call them by the wrong
What about
name.
what about Thimblebrights?
No.
I really like Thimblebrights.
Are they really nimble?
Rights.
Rights.
Not nimble brights?
No.
Nimblerites.
I
Because it's like a
just-
specter, like a right, like a
Oh,
undead thing, but
I was
they're not
thinking
undead.
like light brights. Like, oh, we're cute.
I'll try my best. I will.
I should have like cut it off as soon as I heard Ryan like say it the second time because I wasn't sure about the first one, and I just let it go. And you two both changed over to what he was saying. I was like, "All right, we could have backtracked."
I've
a little
been
bit.
calling them nimble brights for the last week. I need you to know.
Okay, so we also
Make
know
sure
that
you
they're
don't get divine judgment by
they're-
calling them the wrong name.
very expensive, and only a few nobles. There's a handful of nobles and high up people that would be able to afford them on their own, but compared to their own expenses, it's still like, why would you necessarily, unless you had a master plan? And then there's a whole bunch of organizations that potentially could afford it, but again, operating costs, like, this is a big expenditure to get one of these things under your control. So if you were to buy one or something. We know that we have this detector umbrella thing that we can take around and detect Nimblerites around us in a short radius. We know that the Xanathar's Guild has a specific interest in something that was stolen from them, which is a key that leads to the vault of the dragon, where there's a huge treasure with potentially millions of gold pieces or millions of dragons. And
Oh gosh.
we know that the Zentarum has been spying on the Xanathar's Guild in order to find out what they've been doing. They're probably involved. We know that some of the other the other members of the splinter faction of the Xanathar Guild were there at the scene of the crime, chasing after the key. So they probably know of the key's existence. What else do we know? We know that the police weren't particularly helpful. They knew a lot of the same things that we already knew, except they gave us the lead to the field ward, which was really useful. So we know that there's been sightings of things that sound similar to a Nimblewright in the field ward. And did I forget, have we talked to the Harpers yet about this whole situation? Like, have we talked to
We've talked to Rainier.
Rainier?
He's staying at our inn currently.
Yeah, what did he have to say about this whole situation? I don't remember.
I believe didn't have a whole lot of information. He let us know that it was someone coming to meet him. It was mostly like personal information that he had, and he was in the process of sending out word to other members of his organization to inform them and possibly get information that was going to take X amount of time.
Okay.
While he was staying in our
Right,
place.
we were supposed. We had like a couple of days where we needed. Oh no,
That was for Davil.
Davil, we had talked to Davil, and he said, "I'm gonna look into some stuff. Give me a couple of days, and I'll get back to you with more information." And that's when we started chasing after some of our own things. Which it's been about a day since then. We have another day's worth of kind of poking around, I think.
Yeah, and
Rainier basically, I think his equivalent was like, all I know is that this guy got hired by my dad and has been following me around, but then stopped following me around, and now he's dead. And I don't know anything else. I'm going to write a whole bunch of letters now.
Yeah, he's like he had said he sent me a message and was telling me to meet him at your place.
Right.
Right. So you really only got Rainier information there. I think you guys had talked about the idea of talking to the Harpers. There might have been a short conversation there where he could set something up for you guys if you wanted to. But I wouldn't say that you have Harper information yet.
Yeah.
I know we went and visited Mr. Head Honcho's manor, and he just wasn't there. And then,
Yes.
then we eventually
That was a
talked
while
to
ago,
Rainier,
yeah.
but that was a while ago.
And one of the other reveals was that when you guys were talking with the detectives, you found that Erstal Floxen was the man's name that you had escorted back, which you guys already concluded, but you could also piece together that the two Zentarum who were dead that you questioned would speak with dead worked for Erstal Floxen.
Right. So we don't really know what that situation, how that played out yet. Was he just faking being confused so he could evade the police, or has he been actually confused somehow, or like?
Also potential. We know where he is.
Yes, we have a lead to where he is. I forgot about that. I don't remember. They were given a bar name. I think I have it written down somewhere.
It's an inn in the North Ward.
Okay.
Underneath the field ward.
Cool.
And then the other avenues that you still have explorative things towards. Well, you have the scent of a nimble right now. It's like a mixture of like copper and wood.
Oh yeah.
And you would be able to tell if it was unique to nimble rights in particular, or if it was to any of them, with her panther smell. And then the other one was that you can still investigate the events leading up to Dalakar's death, of like where he was in the days prior, other than just soup.
Oh yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, we haven't really like tracked his like weekly history or anything. So,
Right.
like,
I mean, our only real lead to pursue that is through like the cat's eye, or getting information from, because we don't know anything about anyone that he was working with. We don't have any information other than he's
Other than
a
Aske.
sole guy hired by
some guy who doesn't work here anymore.
Yeah, the guy who doesn't live here, Daggle.
But it's something to keep an eye out on if we find other people that do have connections to him. That's
Absolutely.
a lead we can pursue at that point.
Yeah. And so at this point, it's really opening up to the whole. You guys have made connections, and it's time to start using connections to get the things that you want.
We also have.
You mentioned the pursuing where he's been in the last couple days last session, so we could probably do something about that this session.
But it weirds me out because, like, as a player, the only thing I can see is like, hey, did you know this guy, Charlie Brown? Do you know where he worked? Do you know who he hung out with? Oh, cool, I'll go to his place of
Like
work.
you said, we live right next door to a private eye investigator.
And you guys are also associated with a giant network of contacts, and also a network of spies.
Well, if we ask the Harpers, they're like, hey, we've done some papers for you. Can you dig us information on this guy? Like, they're going to be a group that can do stuff like
For sure.
we just have to ask the right questions to the right people, I think.
And your other association would be the Emerald Enclave, and however you see that fitting into the picture.
Which currently we haven't really gone back to deal with them at all, and I think currently we've got a lot of leads.
I think I'm good with, like, as a player and as a character, not reincorporating them until they, like...
Yeah, we might
happen.
at some point like run out of ideas or run out of
Yeah.
Just getting the options down on the table.
Yeah, for sure.
Out rolls the moss. Okay, all right.
Cool. What's the time of day? I don't remember that at all.
You guys had done your investigation, and then you met
It was
with...
noon.
It was in the early afternoon, because that was when you set your meeting to meet with the detectives. Yep.
Okay. Of the day one of our haze.
I think that was day 2, because you already had a night pass where you did the bottle transfer, because you did that in the dead of night.
Yes. Okay.
I was like,
So by
what
the mo-
bottle transfer?
Like tomorrow morning, we can probably go reconnect with Starside.
Oh, that was... Well, so you did the
It was
bottle
like
transfer the
doing
previous
business.
night.
It was like he gave us the mission, we immediately did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you probably have like a day to a day and a half or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
For his 2 days. He said about 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, whatever that ends up translating to.
Okay.
So I think that our next immediate goal was to go deal with that Xanathar hive in the sewers near our place of residence, right?
Was it?
We were
Okay.
we were talking about not doing that immediately and instead doing a little bit of the investigatory stuff, but like dealing with that very soon, if not in the next couple days.
Yeah, we
Sure.
talked about that because we didn't want to go see the copper smelling like sewage. And then we decided to go see the coppers first
No.
and then go do it.
You went into
We did
the
go into the
sewers.
sewers though.
But prestidigitation, cleaned a camera, and
Okay.
3 sewage.
Yeah, I
people.
know we had decided to hold off for a little bit. I can't remember why, but I'm totally
I mean,
down
we
for
can-
going to
Yeah,
do
we
that
can
right
hold
now.
off as long as we want, because it's not like actively seeking information.
I'm down to go beat up some Xanathar people.
think that would be wise of us.
Sure.
Beat up the Xanathar or go investigate the guy who is
In the
south.
North Ward?
Yeah, in the North Ward.
For the field war.
South of the Field Ward.
Well, yeah, okay.
Or is it
There's
south
the
of
there's
the
the
Field
nimble
Ward?
right that was heard in the field war. That's probably my next most
There's
important.
Nimblewright sightings in the Field Ward, and then there's Ursula Floxen, who's in the North.
We could roll a die.
Oh yeah. Also, technically, you have permission from the Temple of the Inspired Hands to destroy the created
Yes.
Nimblewright.
We do.
We
Which
also have
it's gonna be interesting.
been deputized.
Oh yeah,
That's
we got deputy badges. We're important.
He did.
His
badge got deputized.
We're associated, you know. We're with the cops.
Listen, if you knew
That
magic,
doesn't
which
work.
anybody could, you could have your own badge
I
signed.
have something better than magic. All right.
She also just actually has magic.
If you had the right kind of magic.
Wow.
Silently hides her
Wow.
fireball behind her back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you do it
just
from nature,
nature
not
stuff.
from the arcane energy.
Nature or
Pretty big
nurture?
difference.
Right.
All
Okay.
right.
What do we? All right. Well, what do we want to bring in with us? Do we need any supplies? Any crazy plans?
Can I buy a floating torch at some point?
A floating torch.
I just want something that I don't have to carry. That
Hold on.
just-
Oh, you mean like floating? I thought you meant like floating on top of water. I was like, how? I mean, you could make it float, but the water would put it
Light
out.
on a
Get
balloon
yourself-
for you.
One of those little like bubble bath candles and just push it along the
Oh,
sewage.
you mean the cantrip dancing lights?
Yeah. But you can't have dancing lights and do other stuff at the same time.
What?
What?
I don't think you can.
Oh, you're saying it's concentration.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't think any cantrips are concentration.
Pretty sure. But
To
also,
the D&D Beyond.
Every spell is concentration if you delay it.
What if? All right.
what if you get
What if we
dancing lights?
create a giant, like, something that, like, smokes them out, right?
Okay.
Some, like, they're in the tunnels, right? So
Right.
you could put something that causes a lot of smoke in one section of the hideout. And so it, like, smokes out the guys from the hideout into our trap or something.
Wait, hold on. Ooh. Ooh.
Not to squish the ingenuity, but to help you understand it.
It would
When you
also
guys were in
smoke
the
us out.
when you guys were in the first sewer system, you did see like series of like overlapping tunnels and tall bridges and stuff, like arcing tunnel systems.
Right.
What about purple tobacco?
Oh, it is
The
concentration.
wacky tobacco. That might be an expensive.
We just start smoking purple tobacco outside their place, and they come out like, "What's going on? Hey, you want to you want to come sit down with
we only had
us?"
2 uses,
Oh.
but there's 3 of you. Yeah.
Okay, I was totally wrong. Dancing lights is concentration up to a minute. That's mighty unfortunate. Look at that.
Poor unfortunate souls.
I don't know anything about magic, so
He just constantly references this
No.
arcane book he carries along with him just in case one day
hey, I'm a
he
learned.
finds the spark.
I'm not very good at retaining the information I've learned, but I've learned things before.
I think it's a cool idea to smoke them out. I think that's fun.
I'm just thinking that if there was ever going to be a time in D&D, right, where we were like, hey, we're going into a combat. We know we're going into a combat. We know where we're going into a combat, and we have as much time to prep for said combat as we want.
Right.
This is the ultimate time to do any of those crazy ideas you've ever had. But I don't know what any of those are now that we're in the moment. I didn't think this through.
We could go see like the apothecary, or not apothecary. The people like me, the druid people that deal with plants and stuff. See if they've got like some potions of sticky, icky goo.
Potions of sticky, icky goo.
Yeah, we could potentially like shop around and see if
There's
we
an
could
apothecary next
pick
door.
up like some alchemist fire or. My thinking is though, like there's probably not going to be a good way for us to draw them to us.
It might not even be a good idea because, like,
I think it's
the
highly
Colville
likely
screw
to not be
level of, like,
well, I think it's likely to not. The smoking them out thing is likely to not work because the sewers are well aerated and they already have they're already in the sewers.
Yeah, but what if there's?
I mean, what? Okay, so there's alternate forms of that though, right? Where you you find a nest of giant rats and you lure them to chase after you into the compound. And
Well, so that's what I'm thinking.
Go
is
wild
that
in
we're
the
not.
compound.
It's a bad idea to lure them out because they're going to send out like messengers or what.
Oh yeah. But you lure the rats in.
Lure the rats in to
Yes.
them.
And they'll wreak havoc on the
But
compound.
they're used to rats.
But in the ensuing combat, that's when we jump in and are like, we're on the side of the rats because we can talk to rats.
That's definitely interesting.
Or sewer crocodiles? I don't know. I don't know what's down there.
Crocodiles. I'm down for crocodiles. Rats, kinda Plague's Tale.
I don't know. You guys got any ideas of things you want to try or stuff you want to do? Like I'm not invested in any current plan.
Got anything up your sleeve?
Not
Disguise
really.
kit?
I mean, I have a disguise kit, yes, but I don't expect that to be very useful.
What on all those Xanathar guys that we fought in the first Xanathar's hideout? Could you disguise yourself as any of them?
Also, ooh.
Possibly, but because they were just people.
We can only do Kenku. Sorry.
While you're thinking of that, I'm gonna get the player's handbook and look through some of the items in the sections to see if I can come up with any crazy ideas. Also, chat, if you got any crazy ideas, throw them out there.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, because my thinking is like, if we try to lure them out to us, then they're likely to send like a messenger out that's like blah blah blah. Like we'll lose our overall versus the Xanathar Guild surprise.
Okay.
Because currently they know who we are. And they know like more or less who we're aligned with, right? Because we didn't kill or silence everyone that was in the sewer last time.
And they know where we live.
And they know where we live.
But potentially not who we're working
But
for.
they
Okay,
also
so
potentially will know because we rescued Davil and Rainier.
I
we
have a
rescued
different
Rainier,
way to approach
Or
this.
Rainier and whoever else.
Rainier.
What if we don't look for an item, but instead prep a spell?
Yeah?
Like, pass without a trace.
You're the prep spell person, right?
Yeah,
You can,
like,
if you've got any special spells you want to bring,
I could pass, or prep, pass without trace.
that's pretty good. That
It's
would be
a
really useful.
instead of
And I could also make slight changes to, or a slight change. Like I could swap out my Zone of Truth for something more combaty.
like right now, I typically have prepped detect magic, entangle, fairy fire, good berry, speak with animals, earthbind, locate plants or animals, scorching ray, and I could drop one of those for. I don't even know if I have the ability to access that spell yet. Let me see. If it's a level 2, I think it is.
I think it is level 2.
Manage spells. Known spells.
Not the. Don't do it.
D&D Beyond.
It's like
The thunderclap though.
Because like we could pick up. Like, I think usually your best bets as far as like traps in D&D are usually centered around alchemist fire
large barrels of oil.
and large barrels of oil. Both
These
of
things
which gets a little
blow
bit
up the
neutered by
sewers.
being in the sewers.
A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks and cannot be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves no tracks or other traces of its passage. So if we wanted to be sneaky as heck,
we could be sneaky as heck and for sure like get a drop on them. I think that if we were wanting to prep something to bring something in with us, it would be something to render that area non-usable for them so they don't just come back and fortify.
Yeah.
so you want to light it on fire.
Well,
Mostly stone.
that's where the giant rat infestation.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll talk to some rats. If you want me to talk to some rats, I just don't. Just because you can speak to an animal doesn't mean you can get. We can get a fucking wheel of cheese.
Hmm?
We can just buy a wheel of cheese and be like, "Here's your reward," and then like, "Here."
I think giant rats
Question:
eat people.
do rats eat cheese?
Rats eat lots of things.
Okay.
Probably
That
cheese
sounds
and
like a
people,
yes.
both included.
Because what I'm thinking, right? Like, you talk to a few little rat friends and be like, "Yo, get all your rat friends. We've got a whole bunch of cheese. We're dumping at this location. Just attack everyone and take the cheese, and you can have the place. It'll be yours. It'll be safe. It'll be nice. It'll be warmer. It'll be better."
Where are we dropping, boys?
Yeah.
Win the war and then it'll be safe, it'll be better.
And then, so they get all their rat buddies and their giant rat friends, and they attack, and we attack while we're using Pass Without a Trace to sneak into the compound. And I don't know. We'll have to see what happens when we get to the compound. I also want to buy a grappling hook.
Okay.
So we can work on that tonight, and then tomorrow have stuff prepared.
Yeah,
How would-
so could we spend the next 8 hours like resting and prepping spells and then attack at night kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also, just to kind of open up the doors here too, is do reconnaissance-based activities for that hideout. You can make stealth checks and stuff, but you can do essentially investigations from outside or even going inside the compound to try and remain invisible amongst everything else and get like sensations of numbers or things moving in and out, what kind of activities are happening there,
Yeah, but
what
if
are their
we fail,
defenses.
if we fail any of those checks, then we tip them off,
Could we use like
right?
small animal helpers to like do the reconnaissance for us potentially? With like animal handling
so-
checks and stuff instead?
I mean, sure, there's yes and no to that. These are not super sophisticated animals. They're probably not going to be able to give you full, detailed mappings of
Yeah,
everything.
if I
They
see
might say,
rocks-
like, hey, are there things down there? They might go down there, and then if they come back, they'll say, yeah, there's things down there. But they might, like, how many's down there? They might say something like many, because most don't have a numbering system. There might be, like, 1, 2 lots, sort of. Like, you're not going to get, all right, take this piece of charcoal and draw over the map for me.
Okay.
Also, I like that 1-2 lots fix. I just imagine setting treats in front of a dog, and he's like 1, 2 lots, lots of treats.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
But you also don't necessarily failing does tips them off in a sensation. It's not like you're immediately embroiled in battle, but it's more like
This would be more like a large skill check challenge kind of thing where you're like, we do reconnaissance. And
yeah, like if you're looking through a peephole and they see you, like you just run. You're not there to fight and like defend yourself unless you're like, nah, I'm gonna stick here because I saw the goblins or whatever, and I'm okay with fighting the goblins. But it's just like you're bolting. Your whole mission is to get away. So then they have to figure out who was spying on them. They might be more defensive as a result.
we could also upgrade from small animal helpers to normal human-sized helpers, where we just like hire some people, like hire shady folks from the dock ward or something to be like, hey, go spy on these guys for us.
So, if we're playing Rust, it doesn't matter who shows up at their door to like check out if it's a 2x2 or a 3x2 or how many people are online and active. It's people that are down at the sewers. It's things that are, you know what I mean? Like, we already know where they are. We already know where their base is.
Yeah, so you would be like, some random guy shows up at your base and is like, hey, can I mine stone for you to join your group? And you're like, I'll give you an AK if you go check out these guys' base and tell us how many people are there. And they're like, okay. And they go check out their base and see how many people there are. And maybe they get found or they get caught or something, but they escape and they get back to us and are like, hey, they've got 25 people there. And
Then what do we do?
And then we're like, sick, we could easily take on 25 people. And we give them an AK. Just like Russ.
Pretty sure in the Russ story, somebody dies.
Well, you know,
that happens in this.
we pay a
scenario.
few of them.
Oh.
There's no respawn mechanic in D&D Urchins.
My vote is to not take the chance of tipping anybody off. Because
Okay.
I don't want to have to triple check for traps. I don't want them to be prepped and have the doors
How long does pass
barred.
without trace last?
I think with Pass Without Trace, the main. Actually, we have to wait till tomorrow, but.
Yeah. But we could do a generic like
It lasts
reconnaissance
for an hour.
set of rolls if that's something available to us.
Stealth is not necessarily my forte, but I'm absolutely for all doing that.
It is definitely my forte.
She has another wild shape. Like, she could turn into a stealthy thing, and like, you're also a rogue. So
Yeah.
like,
I'm done.
you guys
If
can
that's
be
what you were
pretty
thinking of,
good
though,
and stealthy.
is like just making a couple of reconnaissance rolls to see what happens.
It would be like a play out of sorts, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Also, I sure have a wild shape, but I also want to talk to animals. I'm not sure how much time that I have to do all of that. To get my rat army and my...
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how long that takes either.
I mean, most likely,
I attempt to do both of those things.
Some extended amount of time passes.
We buy a ton of cheese.
No,
I
a
wanna see
ton
if it
is
works
excessive.
first.
Well, so we need. So this is more what I think is like. Okay, so on one hand, yeah, maybe the giant rats could like attack the base, but that's less of what I'm thinking. It's more of we're infiltrating this camp and defeating this camp, and at the end, we're gonna leave a bunch of food there, and the rats can live there
You
after
mean
we
a
kick the
bunch of
Xanathar guys out.
corpses?
Oh, you're not trying to use the rats themselves to attack.
fight. We were trying to
Well, that
use the
kinda
rats
depends.
to.
Well,
If
okay,
there's
so
like a
let me
2-ton
explain.
rat in
Let me
the sewer.
explain rat warbands to you. Rat warbands don't exist. They're not like there's no muscled up rat saying, "Oh yeah." And the big rats,
There's
if you try
no
and talk to
shredder?
them,
None of the big
No, there's
rats.
no
Don't
shredder.
follow the rules.
Don't take my dreams away.
Somewhere in these sewers, there's a 2-ton rat.
okay, if you find him, you can talk to him. He
That's
might
all
be
I'm
hostile
saying.
towards you, but he'd probably just say, "Oh, I'll take your cheese and your bodies."
Yeah, that's what I'm really not confused about, but like, we could just leave the corpses and the rats would eat the corpses.
Are we
I think
leaving
the-
corpses?
Where do we put the corpses otherwise?
Are we making corpses? we haven't been making corpses. Are we suddenly making corpses?
I'm just saying, if there was one.
So I mean, our idea for using the main purpose of using the rats, right, is to make the area inhospitable once
Yes.
we are done.
That is my intention as well.
Okay.
So we want one.
That's
we want
probably
one to be-
significantly more doable than mounting a rat offensive.
And most likely that is some amount of like leaving a bunch of meat there, be it corpses or meat that we purchase from a meat packing plant, and then letting the horde of rats know that there's gonna be a buffet down the road.
Yeah, I think that's our realistic plan here.
Okay.
I think
Presumably, these rats would be like large enough that it would be hard for the Xanathar guild to be, like,
We're just
come
trying
back
to
and
make...
take it over. Because it'd be a huge pain in the butt.
So that would also, to be fair to your plan here, you'd also have to spend time finding a rat horde.
Yes, so that's
You have not seen any in your hours of travel into the sewers yet.
well, yeah, but I mean, she just talks to one rat, and the one rat knows where the other rat. Rats are freaking smart, and also very colonial in their like way of life. That
This
one,
is
if you find
mine,
one
Suez.
rat, you have a connection to large numbers of rats, presumably. Assuming that she does well enough on whatever.
Then we swap over to that rat and mouse RPG system,
Right.
And we play a one shot of taking out this.
Actually, we switch over to the Wendy's D&D campaign, which is a thing, by the way, and I know someone who's playing in one. It's apparently really good.
Takes her right around the fucking corner of the sewers. This Suez is awesome. This Suez is awesome.
It's just like 5 mice standing shoulder on shoulder in a trench coat.
They're blind, and they got their blind walking sticks, they're dancing, and Shrek walks in, and is...
So
Oh my
I think
gosh.
that we
We have
should
strayed from the light a little bit.
initiate those two, and while you two are working on that stuff, Percy will be potentially shopping / trying to develop a backup plan
Okay.
while I look through available items.
So I think she's
or
on
potentially available items.
finding rat duty, and I'm on
Or
Sneaky,
any
sneaky
like
spy duty.
crocodiles.
It can be literally any
As
amount
long
of
as it's
large,
big.
annoying sewer life
It
that
could
wants
be
food.
anything outside of snakes. Just
You have
kidding,
the spell
we're-
Animal Friendship.
Yes, I do.
I think it's less about there being a problem with making a friend with a snake and more about there being a problem with making a friend with the snake.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Like, do you have things that manipulate the situation for, like, simpleton creatures? Like, oh, it's cool that you can communicate with me, but, like, the story of the scorpion and the frog, the scorpion's still gonna be a scorpion.
Is that a real story?
I have heard the story of the scorpion and the frog. It's where the scorpion gets on the frog's back, the frog swims them across the river, and halfway over the scorpion's like, I sting you, and then stings the frog, and the frog dies, and the frog drowns, and the scorpion drowns, because the scorpion couldn't help being a scorpion and stinging things.
Yeah, basically, yeah, big giant floods happening, scorpion and frog get stranded on a mound, the flood tide is coming in, it's going to kill the scorpion. The scorpion says, frog, take me across the river. I don't want to die here. The frog says, no, I won't. You're going to sting me. He's like, no, I won't. I want to live. So the frog reluctantly agrees and starts to ferry the scorpion across the river. Scorpion stings the frog. The frog says, what the hell, man? You just doomed us both. We're both going to die. Why'd you do it? Scorpion says, I'm a scorpion.
I don't understand how that relates to our current situation. I'm sure it does. I'm not making...
Nature is nature.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you can't just walk down a sewer system and be like, oh, hey, there's a crocodile. I'm going to make it my friend and do my bidding. That's so
Yeah, I think that's
inquired.
what the magic does, right? Like,
Animal friendship does.
that's
Yeah.
what she's got.
But you can
right?
still
I asked if she had animal friendship as a spell because the traditional passive art speak with animals does not grant you friendship with hostile creatures.
That's very true. Yeah, if you just because you can speak with something doesn't mean it's going to be your friend. But if you have animal
the same
friendship,
thing
it
with
will
people.
be your friend.
Like you can walk into a bandit hideout and try to make a charisma check, but sometimes you just can't make a
they're
charisma.
just-
But if you have charm person, that helps a little bit.
Yeah. So do you have charm person?
So I do not have
or the friend spell.
I do not have animal friendship prepped.
Okay. So we're a little bit in a sticky situation of it's hard to get ahead of things. So okay, stick with me here. So the horde of animals doesn't necessarily need to be within even one day of the situation.
These are your timelines.
right. Like
So we could take care of it and then do it the following day, or do
or
it.
like we clear out the hideout, right? We stuff the hideout with meat, and in the process of stuffing the hideout with meat, also like we've now switched our spells over. Use animal friendship on some rats or some local wildlife, and be like, hey, tell your buddies. And I don't think that's too unreasonable of a situation that this hideout might be taken over by things that you asked to take it over because we packed it with meat. I don't know. As presumably this hideout is like a nicer living situation than random sewer type tunnel A or something.
Cool. So we do that instead.
Okay.
Okay, so
So I'm doing stealthy reconnaissance prior to.
you're still stealthy reconnaissance.
Yeah.
You're
I'm not
shopping.
doing shit.
You're shitting.
You know what?
No,
I'll go shopping with you.
Percy's like.
What are you
All right.
talking about? I'm charismatic.
So you're doing reconnaissance.
Yes. On my shopping list is a grappling hook and caltrops, by the way. I don't know if
Grappling
you could.
hook and couch.
I give you the gold for such a
Also-
purpose.
But you need to make sure that Percy understands the difference between 1, 2, and 1,000 and 1, 2, and lots, because you'd be like, I want a lot of caltrops, and he comes back with 3.
You know, I do currently hold him into higher standards of intelligence than a rat. He also has higher
tell me
intelligence
that
than me.
3 caltrops are not a lot. Put the 3 caltrops on the floor and step on them and tell me there's not a lot of caltrops in your room. You tell me that with a straight face and I'll go buy more.
What is your character's intelligence? just legitimately 13. It's significantly higher than mine. So I trust him to be smarter about this than I am.
And that was your own fault with your low intelligence.
My high wisdom score tells me that it was a wise choice.
All right, so let's do some reconnaissance. You are coming up with a shopping list?
Yeah, I'm not finding any items that I'm particularly in love with, but I think that like meat thing can wait. We can get the caltrops. We can get the like. We're not going to buy a bunch of meat right now.
You can get
We
the
can have it
caltrops.
delivered at a specific time, at a specific sewer entrance.
Sure, we can do that.
Mysteriously.
Okay, there are just about anything that you could want to get your hands on in the shopping experience, whether that be very odd deliveries or even odd constructions of items that you may be thinking of. Right? They're not necessarily. You can find absolutely anything in the player's handbook for sure, but you can find other eccentric things that you might have reason to come up with. There are many ideas in the City of Splendors.
I think if I'm understanding our problem somewhat correctly, is that we didn't necessarily spend the last week thinking of ideas for how to storm the castle, and maybe if we had, we'd have a better eccentric list of things.
So to be fair, like I'll bring it up now that it's kind of being discussed. When you had said we should go take it out, and he was like, "Nah, we can totally sit on that. We don't need to invite another war on our doorstep when we're still investigating the last thing that exploded our back alley." So I actually had the idea that you guys weren't going to go anywhere near that for quite some time.
Surprise! It's D&D.
So very
How much are
specifically,
manacles?
They're
player's handbook, though.
I already have a pair purchased.
They are 2 gold
Thanks. How much is
or 2
rope?
dragons. Sorry. What kind of rope?
Rope that you can tie somebody up with.
Like hempen rope?
Hempen rope.
And you should also know that you can get discounts on certain items when talking to the Harpers, and discounts on certain items when talking to Zentari.
Uno gold. Uno dragon. Or think hempen rope. If you want silken rope, it's 10 dragons. For 50 feet. Which 50 feet is actually a lot. It's a lot.
You only need like a foot to do manacles.
Like, most of the tying people up stuff doesn't require anywhere close to 50 feet of rope, probably, I assume. It's mostly for, like, I want to climb up this 50-foot wall. Look, we have somebody up there who has 50 feet of rope.
I would imagine, like, 10 feet of rope is probably good enough to make, like, hand restraints that you're satisfied that they're not just going to slip out of.
Yeah.
Like 5 to 10 feet. But if you start going for, like, full body types and stuff like that, you're probably neighboring closer
So
to
if I
20
were
to
to do
25
just
feet.
hands and I get 50 foot,
You would have, like,
10.
45 feet of slack or so. Because if you
No,
think
I'm
about it,
saying
like,
if I cut the rope,
oh, I see.
how many hand ties can I make?
You
4? 4?
10, something like that. Like, yeah. It's up to you, but the more of a material, basically, the stronger the DC will be for them to try and escape, right? But the reason why manacles are probably almost always going to be better than rope is that it's significantly harder to slip out of iron than it is out of rope.
Another question. If you use silken rope versus hempen rope, is that harder to get out of?
Silken rope? I don't think silken rope would be
Silken
harder
rope?
to get
I
out
can
of.
tell you what silken rope is, if that helps too. Rope.
Yep. Silken rope is rope.
Rope, whether made of hemp or silk, has 2 hit points and can be burst with a DC 17 strength check.
Okay.
So
Neat.
Very descriptive. I was hoping that it would give me more information about what the
I mean,
I
So
assume
it
silk rope
doesn't-
is like better rope.
So it doesn't
But-
matter what length it is. That's its DC.
That's its DC to go and break out of it.
And probably like not fully fortified. I would say that if you spent 50 feet of rope tying somebody up, it's going to be significantly harder to break out of than if there was just one loop around them.
That's the DC before you start applying like real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's usually somebody saying, "Hey, I bought this rope. I'm going to tie them up with the rope." I'm not trying to like.
I don't want to purchase manacles for 2 gold apiece, and I want a rope equivalent that I can carry.
Okay.
That isn't like if I wanted to purchase 3 sets of manacles, can I have 15 foot of rope, and that's 3 sets of manacles?
I would.
Manacles are going to be a lot better, and they're not significantly more expensive.
3 sets of manacles, 6 gold,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah,
one.
I'll just give you the gold to do it. I'll just give you the
But
gold.
so-
I would much rather this be a successful mission, and I'll just spend the gold on it if you don't want to. Like,
It's the difference. Like manacles probably can't tie a person up and fully restrain them as easily as a bunch of rope can. But if you bought a bunch of manacles, you could also accomplish that technically.
If we manacle these folks and bring them to the police,
ooh, that's a pretty good idea. Is that okay? I'm having a hard time imagining this situation because I haven't seen what the inside of the sewers really looks like.
Right. I'm also trying to undo the idea that you guys are going to let rats eat them right now. So.
Right. So let's say everything goes perfectly right. There's 15 guys down there or something like that. Right?
Uh huh.
We beat them all up, knock them all unconscious, whatever. Manacle their hands and feet,
Sure.
and tie them on a string of rope together.
Okay.
Could we feasibly lead 15 people like that out of the sewers to the above ground and then take them to the police?
Feasibly is a weird word.
Yeah, I know.
I think
that even
I think there exist permutations where that's a yes.
Where that's a
potential.
yes,
But like if you had 15 people, if they try and get brave and try and like we're 15 of us, let's say one of them's a bugbear sort of
But we
thing. like-
also just beat the shit out of all 15 of them.
yeah, like if you beat them to an inch of their life and you manage to get all 15, and then you might get some weird stares on the street.
Sure.
But
Okay. I just didn't want to put that in my head if that was like
No,
my
I
character
don't-
was like, what? There's no way this would work.
no, I think like that's definitely in the realm of adventuring. Of like, hey, we're gonna go clear out a bad guy hideout, and like maybe you tip off the cops beforehand because the cops probably know it in essence, right? But I mean, that's all
He's
those
got a
things. Are up to
deputy
you.
badge too.
Yeah, that probably sells a lot. Like, you
seems
can
like
get at
a
least
great
50
idea.
gold for that badge now.
Oh wait. Okay, I mean that seems like a good
We've
idea.
gotten to go ahead on that being a much better idea than the rat idea.
Well, we still want to do the rat thing because it's not that we don't want them just showing back up to their hideout with
Right.
15 more people.
but we can do the rat thing at a later date after we deal with chewing them out.
Yeah.
And outside of like having the perfect ingenuity for making the base unusable, I think your characters would know how to make something unusable, at least for a while.
Yeah, with a horde of rats.
Yeah, if this stone pillar wasn't here, Waterdeep.
All of Waterdeep collapses into a giant
I don't want
sinkhole.
to destroy the Waterdeep sewer system.
And then somebody sets off a fireball in the sewers.
Listen,
and then,
if this was Brian's campaign, I would have walked down here with 25 barrels full of oil and would have blown this place to smithereens. And it doesn't matter if it would make sense that it would work or not. So there's definitely benefits to living in your campaign.
and that's what just happened to the North Ward. Ryan took a team down there and exploded it, and now the cops are after him.
Yeah.
Ryan's just been dispatched.
Okay.
Are you saying Ryan or Brian? I'm really
Ryan went
confused.
destroyed the North Ward with his sewer antics, and Ryan has been dispatched to go put an end to the new villain.
Wait, Doomer is the new supervillain of our campaign.
Or just a man with enough gold to buy 25 barrels of oil.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, that's probably not all that expensive, honestly.
I think barrels of oil are in here for not too much.
All right.
Anyway.
So, shopping list. I said have creative license if you're not finding stuff that like really rings your bell, sort of thing. And you're doing reconnaissance.
I
So
would like to reconnaissance.
for reconnaissance, you have a number of activities you can do. There's a time cost associated with it. There's a skill check associated with it that determines success, whether you gain information or not, and some bits of ingenuity if you're wanting to play out any of those things. Now, you can choose to just take tacit kind of like investigations and you'll get information back, but you might get more specifics if you like handle the situation.
Okay. Cool.
So stuff to kind of like get the ball rolling on that, determining entrance and exits, determining, or to the fortification itself, determining the layout of the fortification, determining the people in the fortification, or not necessarily the people, but things, creatures in the fortifications, determining the resources that the fortifications has available to it. What's like transpiring there? Are people moving in and out? Are they moving goods? All that kind of stuff.
Okay. Things that I'm most interested right off the bat would be like identifying patrols and like lookouts and stuff.
Is it honeycombed?
Getting a rough estimate. I don't need exacts at all, but a rough estimate of the population of said fortification.
At least 2,613 rats. You just get that for free.
And then
We found the horde of rats.
yay!
They are the creatures you have to fight.
Oh.
And then yeah, I think entrances and exits would be useful. I think finding out what they're doing is something that I'm more interested in finding out once we're kind of there and in the thick of things.
Okay. So like eavesdropping / watching things that they might be bringing in and bringing out. There's two modes, right? You can see like what they're doing inside the base or what they're doing.
He's saying he's not interested in seeing what
Right.
they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna be in there eventually.
He wants to know if they have 2 doors or 3 doors in before petticoat.
Yeah, so I think my main 3 things, because I don't want to, like you said, there's a time cost associated with everything that I choose to do. So I think it's going to be patrols and lookouts, number of entrances, or like where those entrances and exits are, and then a rough estimate of how many people-ish.
Okay.
Those are my main ones.
Right. So the time cost just for essentially doing business here is going to be an hour's worth of travel. Half an hour to get there because that's how far away from Three Feathers Up it was. And half an hour to get back, obviously. So
Also, I don't actually need to like rest or anything,
Yeah.
and they do, so potentially
Oh,
we
yeah.
could like
yeah,
line
you
some of that, so-
while they're doing shopping and resting and prepping, you can do the reconnaissance. Like so that gives you like 8 hours to work with,
yeah,
or the rest of essentially till nightfall.
exactly. Cool.
So that probably trivializes it. You could even say you guys can meet me here, right? If that's the way that you guys wanted to go about it.
Sure.
Also, do we
You're
talk?
gonna cold screw yourself.
Yeah.
And
Well,
we're gonna sandwich them.
I want to talk to. We want to talk to Dabble.
Hold on, I have a great metaphor. You know those Subway meatball sandwiches that's like, it's like a little tiny bit of bread, but then like way too many meatballs? And you're like,
that's
oh
fine.
no, there's meatballs everywhere.
Wait, how is this a metaphor?
We're gonna sandwich them.
What is this a metaphor?
When the fuck do you ever get sandwiches like that? Whenever I get a meatball sub, there's like no. I don't know what's going on.
I don't understand this metaphor at all, but I don't want any meatball sandwiches.
Anyway,
I
moving on.
love one.
All right. Let's go back to rats eating people.
Meatball sub. Anybody? Meatball sub.
Okay, so let's all right. Your 3 goals: entrances and exits, patrols, and rough number of people.
Yes.
Okay, so and are you going to wait for them to come meet up with you, or are you going to go back after a while? Like, what's your?
I think, yeah, I like that meet up with me plan. Like, I'll spend my time down here,
Okay.
and then I'll give. We've all seen the entrance path we originally took, so somewhere along that we'll have like a rendezvous point where we can meet up, exchange our supplies and stuff, and then and information, and then
Okay.
get started from there.
So I'm going to start like a list of roles, and these probably they're not necessarily going to result in, maybe unless there's a critical failure, it's not going to result into anything other than time cost associations, or maybe like lack of information. So due to the nature of this hideout, it is the sewers, and the entire time that you guys have been in the sewers so far, it has been kind of labyrinthy. So in order to make sure that you're not getting too far off course here, we want to make a survival roll to account for any amount of backtracking or getting out of the area of influence that you might want to stay in.
Okay, I'm trained in survival.
Okay. And I'm actually going to give you a +2 bonus currently for the
bravery.
The amount of time that you guys have actually spent in the sewers, the fact that you found this base before, and the fact that you've actually kind of wandered this area a little bit beforehand. Not too crazy amount, but you were investigating it earlier.
Okay.
So you're probably going to be able to get yourself back on track pretty easily if you do get lost.
That sounds great.
I believe in you. So Davil,
Would you like me to roll that now?
Yes.
glass house people. Davil, glass house
Potentially.
people, and shopping.
I got a 9. 9 for my survival.
Okay. That is not crazy amount, but you are going to incur some time penalties, like having to navigate around. And most of that's probably going to play out while you're looking for the entrances and exits to this place.
Alright.
So let's do a perception check next. It is dark down here. What kind of lighting source are you using to navigate these things?
How long does light this cantrip spell last?
10 minutes, I think.
Oh, really?
Sounds about right.
I thought it was like hours. Tells you how often I play spell.
Lasts for 1 hour.
1 hour.
It's for 1 hour. And it's going to take you half an hour to get there.
1 second. Are there any? Okay. Potential list of things that might not be in the player's handbook, but might be existing in the lands of Waterdeep to purchase. Some kind of like ever-glowing stone that maybe like a not as bright as a torch, so something that I could like cover and like use as like a way to like soft light navigate myself around without being so bright that it's as noticeable.
Like a
Or
mini
something like that?
flashlight, but not a flashlight.
Or like a permanent light spell.
Everglowing stone might be expensive. I don't know how much you guys are looking to spend, but another idea might be talking at Bookworm's Treasures or with your Harper friends to see if you guys can procure a scroll or one-time casting of Dark Vision, which does last 8 hours.
Does last 8 hours.
Dark Vision, the spell,
Yeah.
level 2 spell lasts 8 hours.
That would be good.
And I believe Percy can just read from the scroll and cast it if he so chooses to do so. Or you can find a mage to cast it on you.
It might be a her cast. I don't know if I have. I know.
Wizards do. I don't. And so I'm
You can
pretty
read from...
sure sorcerers do.
No, you can't read from scrolls, can you?
I don't think that I get dark vision. But druids definitely do, so they can.
Rules are a section of the rules that I am not super familiar with, but usually in the past in other D&D versions and stuff, it's if you can cast, if the spell exists on your list, then you can read from the scroll.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like you can't use it from a wizard's book,
cross,
But he is both a he's multi.
We have almost everything covered potentially. There's
maybe
a
some
couple of
bard
edge
spells.
cases where it's like wizard and bard spells that like.
Okay, would it be cheaper to buy a scroll and have them cast, or have it cast on me by someone?
It is cheaper to procure the scroll, probably.
Okay, I think there's just like cost
per
for.
spell.
You can
per
cast
spell
it from a
level.
scroll as long as it's on your spell list.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I cannot cast Vicious Mockery
You cannot.
even if it was on a scroll. Yeah.
I was thinking that somewhere in this item section it had like a cost for first and second level spell scrolls, but I guess not. So
I
have no
also
idea.
actively have that written down here, I think.
There's also the potential, maybe not this time around, but eventually, of like requisitioning or trying to hunt down a magic item shop that has dark vision goggles
Yeah.
Which are just
That is
absolutely
probably-
a thing in a common magic item. I believe.
Probably more out of my budget range. I am still kind of poor.
I mean, that is true, but like there are like depending on how magic items are priced in Waterdeep. Like,
yeah, like that's definitely
there are some
something.
very affordable
If you've got a
magic
price
items
for
that exist.
for dark vision goggles, then we might be able to look at that. I do have to use the rest.
But yeah, that might be a later thing that we.
I mean, if you guys sold stuff that were rewards, like paintings worth vast amounts of money and jade dragons.
our cash. We've got a good sum of money.
I like my little dancer statue. It's Jade in our little dance hall. Cute. Okay,
No
so
comment.
what is the reason for the driving behind the Dabble push?
If we have time, I want to talk to Davil to see if he has boots on the ground organizations outside of like I know that his part of the Zentarum try their best to be above ground, but if they have portions that are a little bit more below ground and they feel like moving in next door, then there may be a vacancy that is opening up.
Then we might get some bodies to roll with us.
I mean, even if we like didn't like try to recruit people to come fight them with us, we could just be like, hey, this is a mutually beneficial thing if you want. Like, we're gonna do the heavy lifting if you want to then move into the area. That could be a potential thread to pull.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I'd like to either choose to talk to the cops or choose to talk to Dabble beforehand.
And we're very likely going to be turning, like the talking to the cops thing is likely going to be us just like arranging an on the street pickup of prisoners potentially when we're done with business.
Dabble and his buddies walking by. Why are there so many cops
he's in the
here
restaurant.
right
So
now?
what are you guys doing?
Shopping!
We have our shopping list, and I would like we want to contact at least do our shopping list and contact the cops if we have time. I would also like to talk or contact someone in the Zentarum.
Okay, you probably got time for all of that,
Okay.
honestly. Especially if you use like a dray and stuff to transport you guys across.
Before he comes back, I want a cowbell.
A cowbell.
Because he was like, I want a cow drops. And I was like, a cowbell? And he's like, his intelligence is so high. And I was like, I heard cowbell. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm going to come back with one and give
Okay,
it to
cowbell
him.
probably cost you 2 silver.
Yeah, let's do it.
So our shopping list is pretty straightforward for the most part. There's 2 options of making the area non-hospitable that I wanted to look into. So we have caltrops, grappling hook, 50 foot of rope. Also, it just looks like soft rope every time I ride it. I hate it. 4 sets of manacles. It's just soft rope.
That's not what you wrote?
No, it's 50 foot of rope.
I was
My
like,
5s are very round.
I thought that you were just talking about the silk rope. When you wrote it, I was like, it's still, but soft. Soft is silky, I get it. Looks
Okay,
like soft
And so
rope.
that's like the basic shopping list we wanted to go through. And then the 2, like fixing our future occupation problems. I wanted to see, maybe send her to talk to the herbalist across the street to see if there was the potential of like some kind of very invasive, fast-growing, like poisonous plant that we could put in that area that would just like all over the place. And if that doesn't work out, then potentially going to talk to Davil also.
Okay.
Come up with any crazy plans?
I
Maybe.
didn't.
So, okay, you go to talk to Follow.
That's you, brother.
And then you would be able to find goggles of night. They are about 500 gold. Would be from that purchasable list. The scroll would be cheaper than a cast in some areas and not in others. You have Bookworm. Rashal is his name, and he sells these scrolls. you might be able to convince him to cast it on you. And then you also have the Harpers that you can talk to.
How much would that scroll be?
The scroll itself from Rishal is going to run you about 100 gold.
Oh, the goggles then.
Goggles seem like a pretty good investment. We'd have to.
you gotta go get some IRL.
What you talking about? They're only going to be on him until you start wearing them.
Listen, I agree with you, but also...
Listen, I'm not above wearing cosplay goggles.
I want some steampunk goggles in my life.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does that seem like something we want to spend our money on?
I would rather do that than do a one-time scroll.
Yeah. Okay. That seems like something that I would be willing to, like, if we pooled our money a bit, we could get that, I think, sorted, right?
Yeah, so I can supply reasonably.
Also, I didn't get my money from you last time.
I feel like this thing did the thing that I
currently have 634, not having...
So all that work we did to change my gold in my character sheet just didn't save. It's all gone.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to do that again. But it was over 300 gold with some amount of platinum. So I could spend 300 gold reasonably towards these goggles. If you guys wanted to both chip in 100, did it make the 500?
I think we can do that pretty comfortably.
Yeah, okay. I'll take off 100 right now.
I will write down minus 300, and we'll have to recalculate my gold.
We'll do a gold counting powwow.
I'll just have to do it on my computer or something.
I just took off 100.
Okay.
From mine.
I've got mine written down here. Okay. So I have a solution.
You do have a solution for that problem. Okay.
What do I see with my special eyes?
Just a
my brand!
Okay, so the team has bought their first magical item.
Woohoo! Cheers!
So this gives you dark vision out to a range of 60 feet, and if you already have dark vision, then it increases it by another 60 feet.
Cool.
Versatile.
That's dope to know, IRL.
So I can just hand them to you, and you can be like, "I see really good."
I see really, really good.
Cacao!
Just change my race real quick, and then.
Okay, so yes, perception.
Ah, yes, that is what I am rolling.
Do you do this after you put on the goggles?
Yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't be rolling perception at all if I couldn't see. Okay, what's my perception plus 15.
High five! High five!
High five.
Sky five.
Third eye goggle.
Cool. So we'll get to the contents of that as you go along. You've discovered the main entrances and the lesser used. You're not quite sure if it's secret entrance or not, but you haven't seen anybody go into it. You're pretty sure it leads into the base, though.
Okay. Interesting.
And then we've got patrols. And
We got patrols in our
Yeah, and I'm totally down for playing through some patrol situations if you want. Or just rolling if you want. Whatever you're feeling.
And let's see. So we've got an investigation to do. For sure. Whether this is applying towards those patrols or just number of people. Go ahead and give investigation.
Okay, let me just think real quick. Do I have a different way of investigating other than standard investigation? Do I have any reason I could think of to use any of my other skills in a way that would assist my investigation? I could think of ways to enhance or use other skills to enhance stealth, but not necessarily.
Yeah, so I'm going with the idea that you're staying like basically outside of the encampment, right? And so the investigation is the intelligence to gather the patrols and make reasonable deductions on how many people that would mean they're in the base, versus stealthing your way into the base and actually making a physical determination by what you can see.
Yeah, like I could see potentially like in another scenario, you could like use your charisma to investigate by like talking to people who are like associated with the thing or something, but like that just obviously wouldn't apply to this problem.
Yeah, but for future, like in reconnaissance, that would definitely be an option.
Yeah. And I'm not really thinking of any other skills that I could use to try and circumvent having to use my intelligence for investigation. So I think we're just gonna have to make a roll and
I
hope for the
believe
best.
in you.
Okay.
Also, you have inspiration if you roll poorly.
I do have inspiration. I don't know. I'm a sucker for just keeping my inspiration for the whole campaign, though.
I immediately used mine. I was just like,
Yeah.
here, give.
I've been waiting.
I've been waiting.
For some inspiration.
No, 3.
Okay. So ultimately, that is definitely going to cost you some time and actual results in the idea of this. You probably got a little bit too close to a patrol, and it kind of made you back off before you gave yourself away when it comes to that.
Siffer.
However, you are pretty sure there is at least one patrol that goes to the area, and they patrol in pairs. Or at least this patrol was a pair.
Yeah. Okay. At least that's something. That's helpful.
And then stealth will be another one that kind of like is mostly a time penalty, basically associated with all this stuff. How much time do you spend having to hide yourself from things that are or are not in the night?
I believe in you.
We're on that rolling high train. Let's see. I got
Proud of
5, so we got a
Makes one
9.
of us.
Okay.
You just don't like being alone.
I rolled 3 4s in this experience.
That's some oof.
That's okay. You can't win them all.
Yeah. So, mostly, I think what this amounts to being is that you're not quite sure if you determine that there are multiple patrols with the same creature type combination, or if it's the same one that you keep running into and that you just can't avoid that kind of circumspect. Every time that you've tried to get a little bit closer to the base itself, outside of finding that secret entrance, which was mostly your prized possession for this reconnaissance, you haven't been able to get extremely close to the situation at all. And so, without giving yourself away, without getting into any fights, you've consumed a majority of this time getting what you have so far. That between that and getting lost in the sewers a little bit.
That works for me.
Okay. But you are undetected as far as this reconnaissance goes. You've not given yourself away when it comes to that.
Okay.
And so there's no alarms or anything like that to worry about.
Yeah.
Outside of seeing that one patrol, or maybe it was 2 or 3, but you maybe did the same type of things. The only information you really get to draw off of is your first encounter with the Xanathar base and the very opening of the campaign, which is that there was a couple goblins. There were 2 men in a barracks. You saw a lot of sleeping quarters. You saw kind of like a guild, like boss sort of thing, and he was clearly talking to somebody who wasn't part of that hideout. So you don't know how active you would expect to see mind flayers down here, for example, but you would have to guess that it could be somewhere between 5 minimum based on what you saw. But you also saw the sleeping quarters. They had like 3 or 4 different sleeping quarters with tons of cots in them. So that could mean more too.
They're just
You're still just calibrating your goggles.
They're extra rooms in case they want to invite into their Xanathar friends over to spend the night and
Guest rooms
sleep
for their
over
moms.
parties. Yeah, guest rooms for their moms.
Loot rooms.
Loot rooms where the loot is beds.
Loot rooms.
Those are my favorite kind of loot room.
Okay, so let's jump over to you guys.
Yee!
Shopping trip.
Shopping trip. Easy peasy. Caltrops, grappling hook, 50-foot of rope, manacles, and like regular shopping, and then sending her to the plant people, and then me going to Dabble.
With the items that you're procuring, Due to your connections with the Harpers and a little bit on the Zatarum side, you can take off of those items about 15% of the handbook cost.
15%. Let's go.
15% discount.
It's in the log.
And the 15% discount goes into tipping all those people.
No, you're not shopping. This is why we don't send you shopping.
Yeah, you sent him shopping and you spent 500 gold.
Oops.
Oopsie
whoopsie.
All right, and you're going to talk to who again?
Plant people with glass.
Oh, you're going to go talk to Fala.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Wish it was a follow. Wish it was a
Okay.
You are quite full.
follow.
Stubby.
How goes the greenhouse?
Working on it. Have the 3 seeds you gave me?
You have grown them? Been a few weeks.
I don't know if they've grown. I haven't checked on them.
You were in the greenhouse the day before yesterday. Technically.
I did. I look at my thumb. Is it green?
Oh no.
Oh no! Seriously? I was in there. Every time I'm there, I check on them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're asking, okay, you can, do you have Druidcraft as a cantrip?
No, I don't believe I do.
The
Alright.
druid cantrip struggle's so fucking real. Beyond any other class,
Yeah.
it's like...
So we're gonna just make an herbalism roll here.
Ooh, I have it. I know I have it.
Herbalism.
Herbalism. Okay. So yeah, I don't have the things, but I am proficient in herbalism and poisoners. So I'm
Okay.
just gonna,
Make a normal roll with herbalism.
yeah, let's get it, let's get it. 15 plus my, what would that be?
Wisdom, probably.
So if I'm proficient, does that give me a +5?
Provided that your wisdom's +3, yes.
Yeah. Oh, +5, 20.
It's a pretty good roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
What color is it?
What color is your skin?
It's green. I just want a green thumb.
What is a green thumb?
Like people who are really good at like plants and stuff.
Yeah? Do they actually have green thumbs?
No.
Okay.
It's just a phrase.
Okay.
For people who are really good with plants and keeping them alive, you have a green thumb.
Okay.
You have not killed your plants.
Yay! Okay.
You might see like a sprout from them at this point.
I tell her, eat those sprouts.
Little sprout.
Little souls scraping out of the soil.
Wait, is Fala
Fala is a they.
is a they?
I tell them that their little souls are creeping out of the soils.
Souls are escaping?
No.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Okay.
I'm looking into other plants and I want to get further in my herbalism and poisoners kit, rat poisons and things like that. But more importantly, specific plants that are native to the area that grow like weeds. But no, sunflowers where I come from, but might be.
So you want a weed?
I want like a ivy
An ivy.
of sorts.
Like a vine?
Yeah, like a poison ivy.
Oh, you want it to be poisonous.
Yes, for like medicinal, herbal, poisoners purposes. I'm gonna have a little bitty, tiny shop. Little place, little nook, little
Oh,
corner.
sure. I can probably get you a sapling of a plant that its oils would be. I mean, I really don't know what your purpose is, but you want irritation and stuff? Sure, I can get you something like that.
Stuff that makes you feel alive. And then you never want to
Poison usually doesn't make you feel alive.
It does. It makes you go, ooh, and makes you feel alive.
Oh, you want like a burn or burning sensation, like an itching sensation, which is actually poison ivy.
Something like that. I mean, does that grow here, and how quickly does it grow?
Depending on the soil conditions and such, it can go decently fast, but you know, a couple feet per day or something.
So let's say that
In the best of conditions.
I want to quarantine off a specific area, and I want to keep deer out or crocodile out or something, and I want to just grow it so it protects, you know, sacred trees or a specific.
Well, it depends. Are you wanting to garden it for a long time and procure it and shape it?
Maybe not.
Well, you'd
My
have.
thumb's kind of feeling ill.
Oh. Well, you would want a way to do that, or you will have to tend to it quite often. Many druid use druidcraft for this purpose, to speed up that process rather significantly. Why are you turning away?
I'm a failure.
Don't have to.
But with the expanded.
That's fine, not all druid focus in that. As an alchemist from one to another, I would recommend picking it up though.
It's a cantrip.
Yes, but with the expanded rules for how spells work, you can change your cantrips. I don't remember what the time frame is. I think it's on your long rest.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It is long rest.
You can switch your cantrips around.
Okay. So I don't have pure crap right now.
I don't have it prepared, but I could prepare it.
I'm less sad about it. Also, thank you, updated Wizards of the Coast, making that super OP.
How about OP? I think convenient is the word.
That's pretty
Super
OP.
Quality of life.
Quality of life.
I don't think it is.
Quality of yeah.
It should have been in the game from the beginning.
How much do seeds like that cost, or how much does oils and things like that cost?
It's also saying coming from the guy who has an entirely different
Or do you know
cantrip
where I
list
can
than he started the game
find
with.
Give you a plant, but you would, like, it depends. You would still need a place to have it nurture from, like a potted plant. I mean, that could get you some growth, but you would have to obviously have more soil, depending on how much you're wanting to quarantine. You said a sacred tree, though, so it's probably fine. There's probably plenty of
Something
soil.
like that.
Well, I mean, as long as there's enough soil around.
Okay. How much would that be?
What, just a plant?
So I've never asked you. Are you a part of that enclave thing?
Which enclave?
Full blue.
Your thumb again?
No, Emerald, maybe?
Emerald?
Emerald Enclave? Have you ever heard of it?
Mm-mm.
Huh. Weird. Are you a part of any faction?
I mean, even though I was, probably not the smartest to just give that information out holistically.
Well, I was just wondering where you got your powers from.
My powers? My druidic powers?
Like, are you a part of a circle?
Mm-hmm.
Circle?
Of the land.
Oh, I've heard of them before.
My condolences.
I've heard of them. They're pretty cool.
Thanks.
Have you ever heard of
Not super familiar.
It's new. Don't worry about it.
It seems counterproductive to... Well, I mean, I guess fire has its purpose in all life.
So it's less about taking life and more about saving it. I feel like.
I think that depends on the intent of the wielder.
I agree. Well, thanks for the seed you're gonna give me.
Oh, the seed or the plant?
Oh. I can just grow a seed. If you give me a seed, then I can just right?
Yeah. A germinated seed would be easier to work with, but you can take the seed as well.
I don't want to take the plant. I don't want to chance it. I don't want to put it near my body.
You would know that Druidcraft is going to pretty much guarantee success at, like, having a plant of it.
Okay, so yeah, I just take the seed.
Okay.
I put it in my mouth.
Hmm.
And it's a death
Put
nut.
it in my mouth.
Alright, cool.
You put those meatball sub.
No,
Seeds in your
no. We're over it.
Cool. He will sell you a poisonous vine seed for like 2 gold.
No, I disagree. He won't. They won't.
They won't?
Why are you looking at me?
I don't know if that's how much that's supposed to cost.
You know.
Also, I don't even know if
With
we're gonna
one
use
seed
it.
becomes many, and with many becomes great profits.
You're in
Master
my head right now.
Pabu's saying stuff.
The
Master
seeds
Pabu
of
had no
life
problem just
sprout
throwing
new
away
life
500 gold,
when
though.
given time to grow.
Things need.
Okay,
fight to
if we
live.
don't use it down here, then
If you
I'll...
don't spend your gold, it will burn a hole in your pocket.
I
Are you
think...
trying to talk her out of it?
Burning. I like burning.
If I don't use it down there, then maybe I can put it on the outside of the inn.
Yeah, you could just let it grow all over the inn.
You don't use it.
And
you
then
can,
people-
that'll teach anybody who tries to climb your building.
Yeah, then people can't. They're just... And they're like, ow, ow, ow.
The day
People that
after.
try and put ladders up on our.
Okay, I do that. I get it. I pay the 2 gold.
There you go.
You had to throw in rust, man.
As they were indicating, you will need to have some kind of soil source of nutrients for it to grow. I mean, and then when you grow it, it'll pull the nutrients
Okay,
from the
can I
soil
have that pot?
and the magical ability, but, huh?
Can I have that pot and have oil?
For the
And then can I also get the terracotta while I'm at it?
for the purposes of taking over like an entire sewer like hideout, like from the one that you saw before, you would need to have some kind of legitimate source of soil, which you could find. You could basically maybe find a sewer entrance nearer to there, and then go and grab soil with some kind of
Okay,
container,
so
bring it down
I
there.
I buy the seed, I buy the pot, and I buy a terracotta with some soil, and then
Okay, that's
What-
on the price of the 2 gold.
What do you think is underneath the floor of the sewer? Dirt. If
Yeah.
you just take out the floor,
Yes.
then
you just gotta
you,
lift.
you
the-
get
you
access
have
to all
moved
that
stone?
juicy soil. That's totally a spell.
Yeah, no.
Listen, I'm limited in the amount of spells I can swap out.
Also, I thought of another thing that I need to spend money on.
Okay.
Knockout arrows or whatever you would.
Oh, like
refer-
bludgeoning arrows.
Yeah, just like something that
Those
I
have been on the list.
that's
Yes.
been on the list for forever. I keep forgetting to buy them.
There,
I can always buy more later too, so just.
It's probably like. We'll just say that most of the arrow costs are just inherently just given. So the first round of it, we'll just say it charges you, and so whatever the normal price of arrows is, times it by 2 for your first purchase, and then we'll just have those.
Like when you go to a gas station for a specific thing, it's like the first time they don't have it, and the second time it's expensive, and then once you're a regular, they have it all the time.
Is that how gas stations work? I've never really
Sometimes.
experienced that.
Give me my espresso. We're out. Give me my espresso. It's the expensive one.
Okay, whatever. Then give my espresso. Oh, you're the espresso guy. We got a shipment in.
you're just talking about IRL cigarette. That's what that is.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it on stream though.
Oh, sorry. That's just how that works with
That is just how that works with cigarettes IRL.
high tax products like alcohol and cigarettes
Two
and
dragons.
things like that. That's low key. Just if it's high
It's the standard price.
in price for
double.
whatever, like that's just how that works. So this is
Yeah.
a highly taxed item. Is what I need to know.
So, but basically, like
We just make it.
the way the
You don't
bludgeoning
need it.
arrows would work is that they're going to be a softer metal, so that they deform when they hit and they flatten out essentially, and that way they don't puncture as much. So all the kinetic energy of the arrows, which are probably weighted heavier because that's the intent you're going for, is going to transfer to them and do significantly less lethality as a result of it. But they're not pointed, obviously.
You would take like a damage penalty or anything?
Also,
we never talked about this. I don't think. But the like,
the clapping monkey symbol.
The soul knives that I can manifest that pass through material and don't actually cut people. Can I knock people out with those? It's just it does psychic damage.
Mm-hmm.
If I cast a spell that did psychic damage, would I be able to knock people out?
I don't want to kill them. I just want to give them a bad migraine.
I think you could actually give people concussions as a result of like psychic damage.
It just ruins their quality
It's probably
of life.
like less immediate knockout, but like mechanically it removes them from combat. But it's more like they are under the effects of a concussion and they are dazed and confused on the ground for the next X amount of time.
And if I just sit there and go...
That probably would cause severe traumatic brain injury.
And then for the rest of their life, they have the memory of a goldfish. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, that's not killing them, though.
Yes.
And Batman, everyone.
Batman, like, uses guns now, too, doesn't he, or something? They did something
It
weird
depends
with
what Batman you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, that gets into fandom, so let's...
Can't even trust it.
Okay, so... What else is happening?
I need to speak to Dabble, or speak to a contact in the Zentarum.
Okay. Dabble is currently busy with some of your requests already, so you would be speaking to somebody associated to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that's, like, important or drastic enough to, like, actually require. It's mostly kind of, like, passing on the message.
Okay.
But basically, I just want to, get in contact with one of them and talk through, like, hey... I know you guys are mostly like, we've done some work for you, you guys are doing some stuff for us. I know you guys are trying your best to be above board, but if you have any like below board stuff and you were looking for somewhere to settle in, like we're renovating an area in the sewers, that's...
So, you're speaking to a guy named Led. And Led was on board until you mentioned sewers. And we're looking for hideouts all the time. We don't tend to fuck with the sewers though. One, there's a lot of Zenithar guilds down there, and we're not trying to be on their doorstep all the time. But two, that's the fucking sewers, and that's disgusting.
That's totally fair. I thought it was potential, you know?
Yeah.
If you were interested, the offer mostly stands, but it might have some poison ivy or something in the area in a couple weeks.
He does mention that there are several Zenitharian guilds that do crop up time to time over Waterdeep, and if you do happen to come across one of those and are looking to renovate it with new constituents, that would be something they're far more interested in.
Very cool. I will keep that in mind.
Also, are you going to talk to the police?
Yeah, but I think talking to the police is mostly just like sending them a message. Like, we're not really asking for help or asking them to be waiting outside of the sewers. It's mostly just like, hey, I'm working on this case. You might want to be prepared for some extra intake in your holding cells.
Send the kids to the cops to talk to
Kids, don't talk to cops. Don't talk to the cops, kids.
No, what's his name?
One of the detectives?
It's not, one of the detectives.
I don't...
Gordon, whatever his name
Barnabas?
Barnabas and
Or Sage?
Whoever the talkative one was.
Saith was the talkative one.
Okay.
You, as an order of the Magists and Protectors, would know how the Protector clause of that works, right? And then you, having the deputized kind of seal on it also grants you a little bit more liberty. You would know that you would be straining it if you were to just show up with them.
Right.
But you're pretty confident that you could talk your way out of that situation regardless with what your current standing is with them. But giving advance notice, you literally just get a message to the essentially their hub of communication, which is the front desk of any watch station, really saying, hey, we found a Zenitharian guild hideout and we're seeking to eliminate it. So we don't plan on bringing violence to the streets, just general clausality of hey, we're not going to cause you trouble. We're just going to pacify some trouble, and if we're gonna come back because we're not murderers.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like a courtesy thing.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, we could be in that situation where we're walking through the streets with a whole bunch of people on a rope, and it's like, okay, it's okay. I kind of like, I got this deputy badge. Like, well, we can talk our way out of that, but. The actual just being an asshole of showing up to a precinct with 15 dudes, and it's like, hey, you got room for these guys?
No, we're for it.
I would like to throw the conspiracy web out there of you sending that saying, hey, we might be dropping off some people later. Means they're like, yeah, we should probably move these prisoners along anyways. They're gonna blah, blah, blah. And then that starts a jailbreak. And that's when the Joker gets loose.
And that's when you shoot Vincent.
Joker.
I mean, Leo.
I like the idea of us, which I shouldn't even say this out loud because it's a terrible, terrible thing to say out loud. But us telling the police, giving this letter to the police, they've got some guy, like the inside guy, who's like working with the Xanathar Guild in secret, and he like tips off the compound that we're like coming for them, and then they're like on alert.
That's why this is all happening relatively quickly.
All right, so we go down below, and
The last thing about that is that, like, despite that, like, adventurers still do adventuring things. Most of them aren't doing adventuring things of, like, deputizing nature. Adventurers tend to kill things, first of all. But the other side is that the people of Waterdeep are used to seeing, like, 30 guards or city watchmen escorting small groups of people throughout the city. Oh, yeah, they're clearly detained. The regiment of city watch is their familiarity there, not 3 adventurers who are transporting 5 times the amount of them in capacity.
and it's gonna be so much
Also,
paperwork.
I'm not ready for there to be 15. I hope there's 2. You know, we keep saying 15.
Oh no, we accidentally killed 13 of them. Oh no.
It's time to go to the rat. Wait, do poisonous plants eat people?
I'm expecting more
You
like
see more?
45, and we just get screwed. And
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, let's do it.
There's only one way to find out, and that is going to be after our break. This is pretty good. We're all going to be like getting
Wait,
to.
can we come back with our items first?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can rendezvous and
Yes.
then
Okay, so you're rendezvousing
Yeah.
in the
Right.
sewers.
What do you know?
I know that they have patrols, and I found a secret entrance to their camp. They've got a number of people there, but I don't know exactly how many. Most importantly, I found a secret entrance. We can use that to infiltrate the compound. Did you procure the supplies?
I got you 5 caltrops because I'm no idiot. And this
Thank
is a
you.
lot of
Perfect. Exactly what I needed. My intelligence is too low to tell me otherwise.
That's a lot of caltrops. In fact, splits it in
Why
half.
did
That's
you-
2 lots of
Why did you
caltrops.
get him Why did you get him caltrops?
The caltrop? This is what he asked for.
He asked for a cowbell.
Oh, is that why I just thought you wanted...
Here's this cowbell
Ding,
I bought
ding,
you.
ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay, what if I
ding,
leave
ding, ding.
this here? I didn't need a cowbell. I think you may
said
have misheard
I
me.
would like you guys
I don't
to
need
go
more
and buy a
cowbell, no.
You said buy a cowbell.
No.
Cowbell. You said it. You were like, hey, a
Cow.
cowbell.
It's
Cowbell.
cow with an L.
Cowbell.
Cow.
You said
Astra,
cowbell.
this isn't what I asked for. I appreciate you for trying.
You don't want a cowbell?
No. No, I don't.
I'll take a cowbell. I'll just hold onto
You're
it.
too nice to her, Percy.
Who knows? It might come in handy, or someday she'll transform into a cow and I get to make a funny joke.
That seems much more likely.
Pulls out cow mini. Move over.
In like 6 months, she's gonna forget this cowbell's in my bag.
Yeah. So you spent the entire time on reconnaissance. Basically, it is now essentially 9 hours later. You did have to do some resting in between all of your shopping spree, and there was still the travel time to get to the sewers. But for the purposes of coming back, reconnaissance is completed with the information that you've gotten so far. You guys have your spells prepared, whatever you swapped out, and so on and so forth. You're fully healed as a result of the long rest. You two are. You did not get the effects of the long rest, but you didn't need any.
Yeah.
And So when we get back from break, we're going to go take out a Xanathar Guild hideout.
Hopefully. Sweet.
Yeah, so what your patrol information found out, by the way, is that it wasn't an abandoned hideout.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
All right. Be right back.
Be right back.
Oh.
Be right back.
what crap. I cannot confirm nor deny.
All right, we are back
Welcome back.
investigating the Xanathar hideout.
If we run into Xanathar in here, I'm gonna be upset.
I won't. I'm gonna have a new job.
Being a Xanathar minion?
Yup. What else are you gonna do?
I don't know. I mean, they're a faction after the treasure. Might as well, right? There's nothing that says we can't join them. That's the crux, right? Like, you get into the situation where the fireball situation happens, right? And you're like, okay, what if we just gave this key back to the Xanathars, though? And then, like, they gave us a cut of the treasure. Campaign solved.
Yeah.
Probably one of the valid options that you could
That's
take.
one way to end the campaign. Yeah.
I have a... It's a good way. We get a little tentacle through the back of our head.
It's good for Xanathar.
I'm only one death ray away.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's beat up some thugs.
I mean, one crossbow bolt because Xanathar is totally a normal dude. Just a guy who runs a gang. Absolute human being. That guy.
Don't we have confirmation that he's not?
I don't think so yet.
Oh, no? Okay, just lots of hints and lots of pictures of him.
Not from this campaign, but yes.
But from a book that's called Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
There are many Xanathars.
The thing is, Vol's really got a chokehold on this region, so like Xanathar's publishers couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Right. The fact that their guild symbol is a beholder is, you know.
Well, it's like a wagon wheel. They could just be big Darius Ruckers fans.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
some people might have guild symbols of flying snakes. That doesn't mean that they're all flying snakes, though.
What? Why do we pair up with the Antarum then?
Huh?
If they're not all just flying snakes in human bodies, then what's the point?
Actually, you've seen their mascot be used. It was dead in a yard.
Yeah.
That was
got
one
a
of them.
message via one.
That was one of them dead in its true form, reverted back. They're
So
snakes
maybe
with people
they're
clothes.
all just gazers that the tattoos are.
And that was just a gazer.
Someone-
No, Xanathar's still a human.
No, yeah,
Their
it's just a
symbols are
human
just gazers.
who uses gazers as like messenger birds.
It's literally like if you want a tattoo of Beholder, you have to get it on your stomach, your entire stomach. But if you want
Your
a little,
belly's.
other than that, it's like little gazes.
All right.
I don't want that on my stomach.
So you have a number of ways that you can approach this. You do know of the main entrance, which is going to be these areas up here that he found. And then there is the secret entrance, which is this ladder way over here that leads to a different part of the base that you did not go down into.
All right.
I would like to start off by suggesting that we have done the good and healthy version of splitting the party. I think that this would lead to the bad and unhealthy version of splitting the party if we were to try to take a two-pronged approach here.
I agree. I would like us all to go down the secret passage.
Yep.
I'm totally cool with that.
Secret tunnel.
You also can choose to limit the amount of people that are currently in the base by distracting the patrols, or maybe even taking out the patrols, or taking out several patrols, or...
We did find out that there were patrols.
There are patrols.
Do we want to do anything about that? That was kind of my whole reason for doing that.
That's risky. That's risky business.
Yeah.
We could... So what's the travel time between the secret entrance and
Very good question.
being in the sewers? Like, I assume we're talking like going back up into the surface and around, or something along those lines.
This is actually like a multi-tiered of sewage system in these areas. Once you start getting around hideouts, you start to notice that there tends to be a bit more third dimension kind of like traversal.
Okay.
A lot of the sewers, like the sewer systems close to the city, lead to actual like processing plants for transporting the sewage out and getting taken care of and all that kind of stuff. So it does necessitate a need for more than just like a single tunnel running through any given area. But you don't find these things all that often. You just know that when you find the expansive areas, that this is where you tend to find the guild hideouts, if there are any so far. Right. The two that you found have been in areas like this. Right. So, and then due to his rolls earlier, the quickest that you guys can probably transport between these two is in the neighborhood of 20 minutes to half an hour. Taking care to like find your way, but once you've run it once or twice, you probably can figure that out pretty quickly, a more direct line. But it also probably accounts for like not being detected by patrols and stuff, which may or may not be in your interest.
Right.
Secret tunnel.
So it would be, we could fight the patrol and then loop around to get to the secret tunnel, which could serve. I think if we fight the patrol and then try to go to the secret tunnel, they will know that there is weird shit going down by the time that we get to the secret tunnel.
I'm almost of the mind that Robert's suggestion is a potentially good one here. That like we just wait for a time where we're relatively sure that the patrol's kind of like out on a wide swing, the one patrol we know of, and use that time to go through the secret tunnel, and it'll take them some time to get back to the camp if they're even alerted of it, because
Right. The patrol is there to alert the camp. The camp isn't necessarily there to alert the patrol.
Right.
So I think going straight in through the secret tunnel, maybe trying to like be mindful of the timing.
Cool.
Sure. And you're casting Pass Without a Trace?
Sneaky tunnel.
Sneaky tunnel.
Sneaky tunnel.
Sneaky tunnel.
That's the opposite of sneaky, right?
Oh no, I know that.
Why do you think I took the cowbell?
Clang clang. Okay.
I cast
So
friends on Xanathar.
you're casting Pass Without Trace?
Yes.
I just want to throw out how absolutely ridiculously difficult it is to not pet Danny when she comes up to me under the table.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I choose us.
How does that manifest?
Plus 10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks. A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection.
It'd be like a weird, heat illusion coming off of your.
Or when you light a campfire, right? And it creates those shadows from the campfire.
Ooh.
But those shadows are the shadows we're in.
Yeah, y'all are creative as hell. Both of those put together.
Ooh, magic in D&D is sick.
Magic fun.
Well, I mean, some is there's ray of sickness. There's
I mean, you learn magic, of course. At least.
yeah, I mean, everyone.
All
Everyone
right.
can be sick, is what I would just
And
say.
how long does Pass Without Trace last?
It lasts for an hour.
Okay.
Cool.
It's very
Player's Handbook, page 264.
Is it concentration?
It is
I don't believe it is.
concentration.
Ah, dang it, I'm wrong again. There's some kick-ass spell that's not concentration.
Spiritual weapon.
Well, I mean, besides spiritual weapon, that I always think of for utility purposes. I'm like, wow, how is this not?
Prestidigitation.
How is this? I mean, Grease is on there for sure.
Go grease slime in your breath.
I don't know. It'll come to me eventually.
All right. Well, let's start off with the grip stealth check to get to the secret entrance.
Plus 10?
Plus 10. Use my stealthy then.
Oh, come on, man.
Ooh, let's go.
Plus 10, you say? 18.
31.
18. Don't steal my number.
Thank God for plus 10.
You stole your number, so what'd you get?
18.
No, you stole that.
Yeah, that's mine.
Oh, okay. You want me to re-roll? I don't mind. 18 plus 10.
And 18
28.
again. Yikes.
Oh, don't forget your actual stealth bonus too.
All right. Yeah.
You rolled a 6, which you have a plus 2 to stealth, and that makes you an 18.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Sweet.
But this one I just rolled an 18.
1831.
Yes.
You pass without
a
trace.
Dun dun dun.
Is good
Cool.
spell.
But what do we pass?
Where does the secret tunnel lead?
You guys.
Also, we have to stay within how much distance of you?
30 feet.
30 feet of you? That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
Spoof. All right. So outside of the main entrance that you saw the patrol coming from, you had found weirdly about 20 feet below the current quarters that there was a ladder that when you looked up through it just very briefly, you didn't like see a manhole up towards the top. It's all like this kind of stone, almost like sheet metal-ish kind of flex in it. And so when you climbed the ladder, you found that one, it was greased to be quiet for entrance, and then two, that it was a very light kind of like sheet metal that with very, very pass without trace-like abilities, you can move away without giving any kind of detection. And so when you shifted that aside, your initial attempt, you weren't detected. You saw that you were inside much more like hosted areas. So when you climb this 20-foot ladder, you have found, you know, you are in the middle of their hideout.
We've done it. We've set ourselves up for the Colville screw.
It's
We're
us.
inside the compound. We haven't defeated any bad guys yet.
Wait, but it's sheet metaled off.
No, we moved it away.
Do we have rockets?
Yes, that was our rockets.
Rocketry. That's just a...
So this gives you some visibility of what's going on.
They have sewage in the middle of their hideout?
Oh yeah.
super,
So the very next thing to determine is you have dark vision, you have dark vision,
Yes.
you have
2 eyes!
And a great personality.
That's to be determined.
A handhold with one of us.
I trust your goggles.
Thanks.
Also, I don't hold your hand.
No?
No!
You grab on my shirt, like
Yes.
the little shirt corner
Yeah,
thing?
probably.
So you plan on fighting in darkness until fights?
More of, yeah, I think
Or
we're...
being sneaky until fight.
Okay, you will be at disadvantage on your stealth rolls.
What if he casts light on me? Will people see us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then I don't have a choice.
Yeah.
She's a disadvantage for her stealth rolls and not her perception rolls or anything like that.
Well,
Or she is...
It also, well, she's blind, so she can make hearing-based rolls, essentially.
I
Let's
have,
go.
I have a freakishly high survival and perception. I have a +5 in perception and +3 in survival.
You got a
so
good nose.
I'm not worried about it. Also, if I need to, I can just transform into something that has dark vision.
Fair enough.
You could, yeah.
And
Like,
then-
or you could... Wait, I was gonna say you could summon Prometheus, but he doesn't make light. Well, perfect. You
he
can
makes
summon
it
Prometheus
lit.
whenever
He
you
does not-
want, and no one will see him because it's pitch dark. Also, we've met humans down here before, right? And I saw humans. You said I saw humans.
You
in
saw
the
the
camp.
troll, and actually.
You didn't know. You specifically didn't know what race they were.
Well, you mentioned goblins and then some guys that were humans.
That's who we
Oh,
found
down
last
here
time.
before, yeah, and there was torchlights and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm expecting something similar. Like when I was exploring this place before, was anything lit?
In your beginning area of the, well, no, here, very limitedly. You didn't go inside. Right? You basically crept up to the entrance. You saw that there were some areas that were lighted, essentially, but you didn't get a lot of detail out of it. You don't know what all sections of this are lit or not, and I will give those indications as we come across them. I'll probably use markers. Where you currently are, though, is completely pitch black.
Cool. We can do that. But yeah, we step out into the compound. I guess because we have one direction to go, right?
So, you actually have two. When you come down this entrance, you are greeted to, like, just a quick peek out. You see a tunnel that goes down to the left, and a tunnel that goes down to the right.
Okay.
Great adventurers always go right.
Not true. But maybe true in this instance.
I thought of great adventures always go left.
That is true.
Wait.
And so
But
basically,
judging by spatial awareness, I think that might lead us out into the rest of Waterdeep before we get back into the hideout.
and basically the way that we'll play this one out is that as time progresses, I will keep a mental track of like what's going where, right? So as you guys deliberate, there could be patrols that come along.
Okay.
And so where you're at relatively on the map is what's going to be presented when the patrols appear.
Okay. And then as far as vision goes, is there something in particular? Like, can we see 60 feet in our dark with our dark vision of 60 feet?
You can see 60 feet out of 60 feet, and these squares are going to represent 10-foot squares.
Okay, so we can basically see 6 squares.
Yes.
Ahead. Okay. Cool. I mean, I want to at least see what's down this way.
Quick question. If these represent 10-foot squares, we're always within 30 feet of each other.
Unless we're
Yes, that is.
not.
Yeah, that is our
I'm
intention,
just
unless
saying
we like
we're-
intentionally run off and
Yeah.
be crazy.
Don't be crazy.
Yeah.
Don't be crazy.
Okay.
So yeah, we.
So
over
yeah,
to the right
you
side.
enter into this room, and this is a completely open section. The area, like this part, isn't hidden to the compound itself. It is hidden to get to that section. That was the part that you found. And so basically beneath you is a really almost like natural rock type formation that was carved out to make room for this, and it quickly adjoins to another offshoot of a different sewer branch. Up here, you can see that it's been meticulously like inset with sheet metal for whatever their designer purposes is, and immediately outside it turns back into the typical stone that you're used to seeing that's been worked for the purposes of the sewers, and then there's a clear column of sewage that just runs through the center of this hallway of theirs. Presently what you can see is that there's a few boxes and stuff in your current room that you guys are probably currently taking shelter behind, and you have not presently heard anything.
I peek in a box.
In a box, you see some foodstuffs, a lot of it rotted.
Okay.
We don't even need to bring food.
Okay.
So we want to peek this right
Yes.
angle first, or like get out into this area and head
Stay
to the
close.
right.
Stay close to the wall.
Because this is a similar situation as last time, right? Where everything is there's no like raised platform,
No.
or is there like
That's
everything's just sewer. So we creep out and peek down this way.
Oh, sorry. These things right here are like walkways.
Okay. If there's walkways, that just makes life slightly more convenient.
Slightly less sewagey.
Yeah. I remember in the last one specifically, it was just like, no, there's no walkways. That's sweet stinky.
Yeah, last time you guys were traveling on this.
Yeah.
This time these are less walls and more walkways.
Cool.
We walk the way.
Walk the ways, take me by the ways.
Okay. So are you sending like a scout up in front, or are you just all...
We're staying
We're staying
clustered.
close.
All sneaky together.
Yeah.
Sneaky,
Okay.
sneaky.
So who's going first?
I'll go first.
I will be in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is...
As you can see behind us 60 feet, you
Yeah.
can see in front of us 60 feet.
And you can sit there and be pretty.
Okay.
You can't even see if I'm being pretty.
We can. You can't.
What are your passive
On the
perceptions?
inside.
My passive is 10.
13.
15.
You basically understand what's happening in the dark passively just as well as he does, even while blind.
I'm telling you, I'm real
You got
good.
it. Good sniffer.
Sewage and cobalt.
Wait, I smell Percy panicking.
Oh wait,
He
the
must
nimble
know
rights
something.
here. I smell the copper.
Is it?
I checked
My umbrella goes off while we're down here.
Okay, so yeah, this thing curves off to the right, and then I believe yes.
Is there an on-off button?
It's the nimble right detector is a thing that you activate.
It's not currently.
There's like a lever that you have to hold.
I just want to make sure that there isn't.
It's
it
not a
doesn't
pager.
Just, woo!
We're not at Applebee's. We're
Okay, so brush my memory here.
Applebee's sounds so good right now.
So down this hallway, you can see that the current is currently flowing this way and rounding the corner over here. You can see several other, or in your case here, several other pipes that are just adding to the sewage contents down here. There is a wooden, like very rickety bridge walkway over the edge down there. And you can see that there's a graded entrance currently from where you're standing. Or not, well, not entrance, but entrance for the liquid to come in. You can see doors off to the left and the right. You also have a passageway behind you. And you presently think you can hear the mutterings of a conversation down from this area.
Okay.
Hold on.
So
I need to make sure that I can't actually see that. Is this like...
yeah, it's there. Right there.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a passageway here where we hear voices this direction. There's this way, which ends at a graded entrance where the sewage is flowing in, a rickety bridge that crosses the span of the sewage, and then a door here and a door here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you hear conversation down over on the... For purposes of this, let's see. Okay, so this will be north, south, east, west.
Oh,
What's north?
North is north to the camera. North.
You want me to like camera up a little bit?
It's part.
Yeah, we might need to do that a little bit. And this will represent north. Yeah, so we can...
we've done it, folks. We've discovered true north of the D&D universe.
Now if we can just keep it.
Yeah. Alright, so up here represents the north side of the map.
Cool.
And we go there and we get inspiration.
Could be.
Okay. You're leading the party, brother.
Okay. My idea is to at least go see what's going on.
Are you speaking to us mentally?
How long does that thing last?
Nothing
Yeah.
about
You
it.
have that
Right?
super cool ability that
I gotta look at the
sets up a psychic Zoom meeting.
psychic Zoom meeting.
Does it have the backgrounds?
It has local link codes though, so all the people here can join in.
Oh no.
Oh, why am I looking at? Oh my, I'm. Reason my gold was messed. Probably that's because I was looking at Percy's character sheet and not Rin's character sheet. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. No, that's still wrong. Okay. Anyway,
Changed Astra's character sheet, but we're looking at
actions. Psychic whispers. Mile. Why does this not say how long it lasts for?
Because you can just do it all the time.
No.
Oh.
Cool. It doesn't say how long it lasts for.
Well, I can do mine.
Oh, for 1 hour. It's just right in the very center. Okay, so it lasts for an hour.
Does it cost anything?
Yeah, I have to roll my psychic die, psychic talent die. And if
Okay.
I roll low or high, different things happen.
that's something you would like to set up.
Yes, I will do that. It's going to be very useful for this encounter, I think.
Don't you roll a d6 for your second?
Yes, I roll a d6 for my psychic talent die.
Rolls a 1 and he screams out in pain in the middle of the sewer.
No. So I can affect up to 4 creatures with my psychic whispers. If I choose the 3 of us.
And that rat.
And the goblin.
And so as long as we're within a mile of each other, we can communicate back and forth to each other telepathically.
That's super useful.
It is.
I want you to know I hum a lot. No. Oop.
Psychically.
It's just like
I mean, as someone who I wouldn't agree with that in most cases, but as someone who also has the ability to communicate psychically and would potentially have like a verbal tick psychically versus most people who are just like, this is weird. Why are we talking in my head? You're just like,
yeah, I definitely have been listening.
but just like
to-
consciously sending that signal out.
IRL at work, I've been listening to a lot of like weird brown noise filler space stuff.
That's why you could.
It was very like
All right, so we're gonna set up a global initiative
on.
tracker real quick. You guys are about to enter combat.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Okay, well we turn around and leave.
We're the.
How are we feeling today, Astra? You tell me. You know how we're feeling. This is how we're feeling.
I'm just trying to find a single dice that rolls decently.
Mine have moods for sure. Also, just for clarity's sake, I pulled the warrior card before we came down here.
Yeah,
So
to battle.
any dry erase
We're going
or
to
dry
battle.
erase? I need dry erase. Do you have a dry erase marker?
Yeah, what color would you like?
Yeah, any works.
Okay, I'll give you brown.
Aha! I found a dice that rolls well.
I got all my bad rolls out on the important reconnaissance stuff, so I can just get through this combat with good high rolls.
Okay.
Yeah, I got all my bad rolls out on the rest of the campaign, so like this last half is gonna be easy.
Oh. Alright. Well, what are we rolling?
Initiative.
16.
Okay. Ren?
23.
Percy?
22! Fuck you, Ren.
I critical mine.
Me too!
I have higher initiative than you.
Yeah,
too.
hence the fuck you.
Also, the mimic's like, me too!
I also critical my initiative, but the floor consumes us.
Blah.
Wait, this entire sewer system's a giant mimic.
We're just walking through its intestines.
That sounds like a Ryan Allen bad guy.
I love Mimic.
Oh, I thought you were talking about giant monsters that you walk through. I'm like, yeah, that's a Ryan Allen monster for sure.
That's maybe more of a Harry Robert monster.
I mean,
Or a Colin monster. I've played a lot of video games that involve me running around the intestines of giant monsters.
it's weird. Only if you're like Miss Frizzle Magic School busting this shit.
One of the main bad guys in Path of Exile is a mountain that is also a monster that you go into.
There's that entire like Rotten Vale in Monster Hunter.
Is just
a
the
giant
insides of a
monster.
giant monster. Yep. Dead one. But
Okay. First up. As you guys are moving down this corridor, like sliding up against the wall, and you just crossed over this opening, you hear a soft click as a goblin who is a bit comically short for the doorway, so he's actually just reaching up for the door handle here, and just like click, starts to close, and you all audibly hear it, and he's currently facing the doorway. Ren, you are up first.
And we're still in like pitch black situation.
Yes.
yeah, we're all sneaky.
But
still.
you guys can see them.
Yes.
He is 30 feet
Can I?
away. You cannot see down here.
Okay.
Let me think for a second here. Okay. Okay, so this is like a tunnel entrance, right? And
Yeah.
it ends at a door on the left side that he came out of.
Yes.
The only way out is to come towards us.
Yes.
And we're at an entrance into this main tunnel system, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I would like to do is to move Bus back to like this and like hide up against the corner so when he walks out, I ambush him with my psychic blades.
Okay.
Well, he's trying to get in the doorway right there, right?
No, he's walking out of the doorway
Walking
into
out
our.
towards
Oh.
us.
He just closed the door behind him, right? Yeah. And I communicate that psychically to my companions.
As an action. Or no.
No, I just.
No, it's free action.
It was an action to initially set up, but I would just talk to them.
Okay.
Wow, 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 wow.
Charlie Brown visits your heads.
So I prep an action to attack him with my psychic blades when he walks out into the corridor.
Do I need to move out of the way?
I think you guys need to back up a little bit. But I don't know. I don't really know how the tunnel thing works.
We can scoot back.
Yeah, you guys just get to the opposite ends of this said tunnel, presumably.
Okay, and
That
it's not 30 feet apart, right?
Yeah, you're good.
So, poor unsuspecting goblin here just comes walking up, kind of like, I gotta pee.
They would pee in the sewers. That's so...
Ew.
This is why they live in the sewers.
No, Colin, this is why people have sewers.
Oh.
I mean, they have sewers. They're just using the source. Have you tried to get plumbing down here? Alright, so he comes stepping out into the tunnel, like basically holding his nether region.
Oh.
No, not like that, like covering. Just like gripping, like, oh, my bladder's full.
Okay. I ambush him.
Okay, you may make your attack roll with advantage. He did
Stabby.
not detect you.
Stabby, stabby. First attack,
Also, do they feel it? Like,
a critical.
Oh.
Probably. Like, there has to be some sort of feeling associated with it because it does damage. But it does psychic damage, so it's like... Oh, it might feel like getting cut by knives and blades, but it doesn't, like,
No, I just have-
physically actually cut them, right? So it's kind of that, like, mind over matter thing.
so is it the feeling of your feet falling asleep? Like, it's a pain?
No, I think it's probably the feeling of getting cut by a knife.
I'm trying to relate it to, like, IRL feeling. It's not like...
Right. I think
Or-
that that's the thing is like it literally just feels like getting cut, but it's
20
not
damage
actually
for
physically
my
cutting
first
you.
attack.
What are the... Oh, you had sneak attack.
Sneak attack!
Sneak attack,
It's like 2d6 now?
It is 2d6, so with a crit.
The poor guy.
Did stab.
Yeah, you just like insert through temple, sort of like, and he just like, and just like lets out a small whimper as he falls over.
The invisible, or partially invisible psychic blade passes through his brain.
Go ahead and make a stealth check. What are the stealth check bonuses that you get for passive
Plus
stealth checks?
10!
Based on what? Like, what's the actual readout? Because Goblin does not have passive thought trace on.
Spells.
Dexterity, stealth checks.
You just read the whole spell.
Yeah, for the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a plus 10 bonus to dexterity and stealth checks and can't be tracked except by magical means. So if I wanted to, I could make that quiet.
You already.
Well,
You already cast it,
yeah, it's just a thing that affects us for anything that we try to do that is
Yeah.
dexterity stealth based.
So go ahead and you will roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
And I will roll for the goblin here.
I think what he was trying to get out was like the sound of the goblin falling to the ground is not muffled, but
This is you muffling it.
Yeah,
with
me
this.
trying to muffle it is a stealth. So I got 17.
Okay. So yeah, you just he was making normal like I gotta pee noises, and just as he clears the hallway, you step behind him, cup his mouth, and he just goes limp in your arms.
That
And
is
then
my first time doing that, and how I intend to use these blades in the future. So this is a good start.
Yeah, so he just immediately just goes limp, and he's a goblin, so he's not super heavy, and so you're just able to manipulate him very quietly off to the side here, or you can take him a bit further and go
What's
stash
the
him.
average weight of a goblin?
Like 50 pounds or less. If I
they're small
remember right.
creatures.
Yeah, they're small,
They're like children.
50 pounds or less?
Yeah.
not super heavy.
So half of Danny?
Listen. There are people the weight of Danny.
Yep. Point made.
Wait,
So anyway,
Nacho Pinto.
if he's not fully unconscious, I would like to fully make him unconscious.
Oh my gosh. This with this
And then
motion?
we probably
Just
want to
scramble the brain.
gag him, bind him, and put him in the room we started in. Right?
Put him in
secret-
the corner.
Okay.
Put him in the box room.
Yeah. So you have discontinued his participation in the raid.
Yay!
While we step into the other room, I am going to take out one of my take out one of my shards or something, and I'm going to cast light on it and keep it covered, and then pass it off to Astra and tell her to uncover this when the time comes that we need. When we
Cool.
go for it.
Smart.
And just have that pre-casted but like muffled,
Last for an hour.
Okay.
so that I don't have to.
Eep, eep,
No.
eep.
Yay, prepping.
Eep,
All right.
eep,
Back to what we were doing before we were rudely interrupted. I would like to go this way and crack open this door.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll.
A stealth roll.
It's perfect. Tell me
Still
it's
roll for the whole
perfect.
group?
Just for the opening of the door.
25.
It's perfect.
That's pretty good.
Yes, it is a very good spell.
Okay.
I had a few other characters that had this. Very nice. How much?
When you creak this door open ever so slightly, you see what look to be 3 more goblins playing a game of some sort over like a cracked, like broken crate. There seems to be some amalgamation of stones, cards, and coins that have just that are littering this tabletop. They seem to know what's going on. But you don't really know what that game is. And who seems to be kind of bullying all of this for his own amusement seems to be a half-orc of sorts.
Okay. I psychically whisper to my friends, we should probably take them out before they realize their friend is gone. Thoughts?
Agreed.
Or join their game.
Does anybody speak Goblinoid?
Great
No,
question.
absolutely not.
Common, druidic, primordial,
No.
Corey,
close.
Sylvan.
No.
One day we'll find some dwarves and I'll talk to them. But until then, no. No.
Okay.
But here's my idea, right? Set up by this door, I place my caltrops down in the doorway, and then we all do our start of combat, shot, attack, whatever, however that works, surprise round bullshit. And when they run at us, then one of them's gonna hopefully run to the caltrops, and caltrops do a little bit of stuff, and then
And this is lit.
Yes, you can clearly see
that's
that there
lit.
is a torch.
uh-huh.
This area.
Like this?
Okay.
It kind of gives you a decent amount of lighting in here.
Okay.
Is there any part that's super dark?
Nope.
Torches are like 30-30, I think.
No.
So
In fact, cracking the door pulls light into the hallway.
Okay.
do we see, is this a dead end?
You see another door down at this end, I believe. Yes. There's another door over here.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that.
What's the distance between
I want
the
to make
center
sure
of
that
them
we
and us?
don't make it to where they get to run away for free.
What is that?
You're preoccupied, but your friends would probably see what seems to be maybe a bullfrog-looking creature about this big around. It's hopped out of the sewage on the other side. It is currently resting over there.
Okay.
What's the distance between the door here and the middle of them?
40 feet. And for the purposes, unless you guys get into the room undetected, you're probably only making one surprise attack with the confines of this doorway. You have surprise.
Like one of the three of us.
Yeah, one of the three of you can make an actual attack from that doorway, but you still get surprise around actions if you're doing something other than having to go through the chokehold of this doorway.
I can't cast something distance?
What about ranged attack?
You have a ranged attack, basically, from there.
Is that because the door is cracked, or like if we fully open the door, would that make a difference?
The doorway is wide enough for one person. So like
Right.
maybe you need space to cast your spells essentially. So standing at the doorway,
Okay.
you can make one attack before you're detected, and you don't have surprise actions for that.
Cool.
If you have somebody who sneaks into the room before attacking, and you manage to not be detected, then you will have the ability to make a melee attack and one more attack on the doorway.
Okay, I could try and do that. I could try and sneak in.
Okay.
So I would want to sneak in, use an action to lay some cow traps in front of the doorway, and then we would take our surprise shots after that. So I would have like 2 rounds of being effectively instead of 1
Okay.
before we engaged them.
So there is some debris in the back wall here. This area, pretty much there's a crack right here, and there's a whole bunch of like low profile stuff over here. There's not a lot of stuff to keep you from being like seen.
Isn't it the weird, unnatural shadows that the spell makes that makes us sneaky or something?
Is it that you have unnatural shadows
Yep.
disguising you, or that you don't have shadows?
You have a veil of shadows over you.
Okay, even better. Okay, I will take that then.
So
Sweet.
I'll reread it just for clarity's sake. A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection.
Okay.
For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has a +10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks, or dexterity in quotation stealth checks, and can't be tracked except by magical means.
Okay. I'll attempt to do that then.
Okay.
So you guys set up at the door for one of you to take a shot, and then I'll be inside and I'll take my shot.
I don't know if I do.
I would much prefer you than me take the.
I would
you're
like to-
trying to like do a Prometheus.
What
I
do you
could,
like?
but the problem is Prometheus is 30 feet.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'd have to move into the
Prometheus
door.
is 30 feet, but he detonates in like 20 feet, doesn't he?
So, but the problem is I would honestly want him in the direct middle, because if Rin's on the outside of the door at all or on the wall at all, he'll get hit if it's not right there in the middle.
Mm.
So if I could step up and then cast it,
That's true. And you won't probably want to step up because I'm putting caltrops to the doorway.
And what do caltrops mechanically do?
Not a whole lot, but so where are they again? Caltrops. As an action, you can spread a bag of caltrops to cover a square that is 5 feet on each on a side. So take
it's
the
10
square of the
feet.
door. Any creature that enters the area must succeed on a DC 15 Dex saving throw or stop moving this turn and take 1 piercing damage.
Oh, rude.
Taking this damage reduces the creature's walking speed by 10 feet until the creature regains at least 1 hit point. A creature moving through the area at half speed doesn't need to make the save.
can you throw them a little bit in front of the door?
So yeah, we'd either like you be back from the door by 5 feet, so that there's the space in front of the door, the space behind the door, and then you, or the other way around, which is like you be at the door, there's a space in front of the door, and then a caltrop square just like hanging out in the center of empty space and hoping.
I'm just trying to get 30 feet from this square so that I can drop Prometheus in the middle.
If you were to-
also, it's only 10.
Well, it's only 10. So you
So I
actively
could
have to
cast
drop
it.
it.
Yeah, I could cast it literally right here.
5.
I can save the caltrops for a different encounter
30.
then, because that's not going to work. And I could just use, I legitimately could just use them for a different encounter.
I think I would overall.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm just very paranoid about you caltrop off the door, and it makes it harder for us to get to them, rather harder for them to run away.
Sure.
Like, if there's a door over here, like Robert said there was, if you could come and drop.
I don't think that's not
a
gonna
big
work. But yeah, we can do the caltrops at a different encounter. That's for sure. Like
If
there'll
you
be
do magic,
opportunities.
subtle spell, and misty step.
Yep.
For
Or
caltrops,
dimension
yeah.
So yeah, I think the plan is for just me to sneak inside and not take an action to do caltrops, so just be
Wait, you
sneak
can
in and we all
also-
shoot.
Drop caltrops behind us.
I'm not gonna. It's fine. I'll save them for another time.
Okay. So for the purposes of this, you'll be making one stealth check. You know that this is going to be a rather difficult ordeal because you're relying on them not seeing you. They have dark vision.
Yep.
But Pass Without Trace does magical things. So make your roll with disadvantage. And
Okay.
let's see what plays out.
We got a
As fun.
27.
They are super engrossed in this game.
That's why.
So what
Not
ends up
the
happening
magic.
is this goblin is the only person who would really have detection possibilities. Maybe this one if he was
He's
looking at the doorway.
lazy.
He's currently busy. But this goblin, you see him like get up and he's like, "Oh, where's my friend?" A few seconds have passed, and so he's checking and he's looking across and you can feel his eyes like land on you, but you just like the gaze just passes over and shifts over. And he just like looks around and he's just like, picks up his drink, takes a little bit of.
And then Prometheus!
Yeah. Do that.
Would you like me to make my attack as well?
So you're moving up to here, behind this one,
No,
presumably?
I shoot.
Oh, you're shooting. Okay. I have.
I would like
No,
to.
you put.
I put here.
Yeah, you put.
I would like to be at this
And
square.
then I highlight him like this.
Prometheus.
So in order to 5, 10, 20, 30, you can be like in here, just inside the doorway, and you can be at the doorway.
Okay, cool. I'm good with that.
Whoever wants to attack first, I don't really particularly care for the order. You first.
Oh, wait. Ooh. Okay, you do whatever
Critical.
you want.
Okay.
Phew.
You have queued the critical.
Colin does well with advantage.
I do. I like
rolls
advantage.
3, rolls 4, rolls 4, rolls 5, rolls 20, 20, 20, 20, 24.
It's okay. I only
4.
roll ones. I rolled 3 ones in my last critical, by the way.
4d6 plus the
Six.
dagger's d4.
Because I roll 2d sneak attack plus 1d dagger, and then it's twice the number of rolls.
The daggers are d6s.
Yeah, the daggers are the dagger, the bow, the sneak attack. Everything I roll is d6s.
Rogue,
Well, the dagger is a d6, d4. If I hit with the offhand, it's d4. It's small.
Okay.
Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 plus 3 is 22. 22 damage. I didn't even say who I was attacking.
did?
Did I? I was probably wrong.
You pointed at the one that was closest to you.
I didn't, but that's who I'll be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably
All right.
what makes the most sense.
An arrow flies out. A bomb detonates. What do I have to do to deal with your bomb?
Bam.
Bum,
I'm
bum,
gonna use the
bum,
rest.
bum, bum.
Does not like my start.
Dexterity saving throw
Alright, they got this.
against my spell save DC.
13.
This one does not make it. This one does not make it. This one does not make it. He does not make it.
Oh.
Oof. Alright, well, while he's rolling crits, he's stolen all of my ability to roll.
So it's or take 2d10 fire damage. So do I roll 2d10 against each of them?
You roll it once, and they will take that damage.
2d10? Those are
Oh.
d8s.
Darn it. I guess I'm
Those
gonna...
were good d8 rolls.
Guess I'm gonna have to roll higher.
You did it. You rolled higher.
A 9 plus 6, a 69.
Oh. They melt. The skin right from their bones was 69 fire damage.
Yeah,
that's-
a favor. I mean,
15. 15?
15
Okay.
damage.
And then your attack, sir.
My attack is just going to be a crossbow attack, honestly. On it'll be the goblin that's to the right goblin there.
This
the
one?
That one.
This
Back,
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have advantage?
You do.
Good thing too, because I can roll dice. A 14.
also I love that. Prometheus.
Fortunately, this one's shield is like on the ground next to him, and he's also not aware. So that is a hit.
He is hit. He takes
20 damage.
7 points of piercing damage.
Oh, modest amounts of damage.
Listen, I got a big blow-up turn that I can do, but I'm saving it for.
Well, I mean, yeah, your friends just did that. Okay. So, kind of like in a cacophony of what the hell. Prometheus.
Meat chaff.
Just out of thin air as two, like an arrow and a bolt go flying, each finding their marks and striking them. This one gets clocked in the back of the head, and just like as he's going out, is just you can just see the skin on him just get really badly burned as Prometheus shows up. This one like gets punctured, and you can see that the bolt punches through his leather, and just like you see like it's like right before the blast also overtakes him, and just you like hit the hair, the wisps of hair that he had, are immediately like burned away. He's probably alive, but man, those look like some really nasty burns. The last one, without even the assistance of a bolt or an arrow, just takes the fire to the face. And also, unfortunately, their card game is quite literally destroyed.
Ruined.
As Prometheus has just, and you could just see like the shatters of what was left of a broken box.
This is why we use metal money.
Also, question. So Prometheus doesn't say he sheds light, right? Which he also doesn't say he creates sound. Does he create sound when he shows up, or is it optional, or is it?
I'm gonna go with this. There are sounds that are created when you do that. Yeah. Casting magic requires incantation sounds. But effect, unless it says it is a silent casting.
I don't think it says anything.
No,
about
Yeah.
it's not going to say anything about that with like wild shape or anything there. It's kind of up to DM.
Yeah. Detonating a small fireball in the vicinity is probably gonna make some noise.
I would argue they would also make light. But yeah, fair enough. No, that's totally reasonable. So, Mr. Orc Boy is all of a sudden standing rather alone here.
Yeah, and his shield's propped up next to the actual, now like kind of sizzling crate that he was sitting on, and is like completely alarmed, and goes to start shouting a war cry. He had an initiative.
Prometheus backhands that bitch.
Gambling, I'm gambling. Oh, my friends are dead in a giant fireball. Huh.
Yep.
Guess I won the pot.
The pop's been
He's a
destroyed.
straight thug and if he did that.
Ren, you are up next.
Who, me?
Yep.
Oh,
Surprise round's over.
sorry about that. Beep, beep. I shoots the man.
Okay, you may shoot him.
I use a bonus action to take aim.
Okay.
I don't move, and then I shoots the man.
Okay.
Can we get 3 crits in a row? What do you think, chat? No, not at all. I do believe a 23 is my roll.
Okay, that is a hit.
I will hit him for
Non-critical amount of damage.
Little snake.
18 damage. 2 less than one of my
critical amounts of damage.
critical. Oh no. Oh no.
The poor boy. He didn't even get a chance.
Prometheus is so happy right now.
Prometheus just detonated into existence, and then some flying splinters went through the air and have taken out this entire room
And
full of
I
people.
immediately am like, zip it.
Well, guys, I'm pretty much beat after that exertion. Time to call it. Need a long rest after.
It really exhausted a lot of my resources there, guys.
God, it takes an entire bonus action to reload this thing.
Well, shit. Approximately how much noise did we make in this?
Not a lot.
Okay.
Prometheus has, like, he can be heard if people are listening for it, but it's not like an actual explosion.
Okay.
There was a bowstring that snapped, a crossbow lever arm that went, and
Then
a little bit of a very, like, I'm about to start yelling intake of breath, but turns out when air superheats and gets exploded in front of your face, it's really hard to catch your breath.
Oh, well, shit. Surprised as the enemies may be, or I may be as surprised as the enemies are. I think I want to probably check out that door before we tie these guys up.
Mm-hmm.
Close the door behind us, the one we came in,
Okay.
and then walk up to the next door.
So you guys step into here. Do you do anything to extinguish the lights, or do you leave them on?
I think I'll leave them on.
Yeah, I think it's for the best to leave them on.
Which is, when we open that door, it's gonna freak light into the room, but I think this is probably the room that's not gonna be so surprising. Maybe he'll think that one of his orc friends is like checking on the boss.
Yeah, I think it would be more suspicious for us to turn out the lights and then walk into the other room.
I mean, maybe not. Honestly, if we turned off the lights and then creaked open the door, he might not notice that the door gets open because of our
that's right.
increased stealth and shadows and silence. That being said, there could just be no one in here. Anyway, I think
Door's
we're gonna
locked.
leave the lights on. Okay, I will attempt to pick the lock.
Okay. You may make a thieves tool check.
Thieves' tools.
I would like to check in with World Tree. Prometheus, how are you feeling?
What is the
Pretty good.
state of the world tree?
It's been a good day in the fireplane.
He doesn't talk like that.
I critically
I
failed.
call him, oh.
Oof.
You are jabbering within your pin snaps.
Okay. Next step. I check the bodies.
Okay.
Assuming I didn't feel like I made enough noise to hurt anyone with that, I checked the bodies.
Yeah. Nope. Investigation check.
Also, I just imagine
Or
when
can
we
I
learned
let
how to
Percy
pick
check
boxes
the
of
bodies?
humor, that actually
Like, I don't know how this works. Like, I don't really want to be like.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's outside the realm of just like a standard person from doing an investigation check. Like, you're not going to be facing DC 15 to find a key.
Though potentially, like,
Before you
would
do
you be
that.
checking the bodies while I was picking the lock? Probably
could,
not.
yeah.
I guess probably not because we'd probably be on alert, ready.
Before you do that,
Okay.
I'm like, and I get into my inventory, my little packety pack,
Oh.
and I pull out.
A cowbell.
Nope, I have that.
I pull out a small brass key that we found in the very first Hinku encounter on the floor.
Okay.
And I try it on the door.
You clearly know that the key doesn't even go into the lock.
I did my best.
I'm plotting in my mind.
Stop that.
The key that was to opening the rest of the warehouse? That key is what you pulled out? Okay.
She's been keeping that key this whole time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can search the bodies and see if there's a key. Especially,
Yes, you want
I
to
probably,
investigation.
I probably
I'll make the investigation.
hear him like psychically frustrated that he fucked up his lock picking. I'm like, okay, hold on.
Alright,
Also,
investigation check.
Yasuo, is that you? Sure. I have a key.
I don't have a
Don't has a key. No has key. No has key.
That is a 7 or an 8 rather.
Okay. So this guy actually has an okay set of a chain shirt on that can be liberated if you wish to do so. His shield is also available for taking. His weapon is not so good. In fact, as he was falling over you, so you can see a big chip in it that when it smacked the ground as he fell back, it actually put a crack in it, so not useful for the selling. And you do find a key, as well as 2 small gemstones in his pocket.
Okay, cool. I do probably take the gemstones and the key, and then I pass the key to Rick.
What color is the key?
It doesn't work.
It is a brass key.
Ah, brass key.
Not to be
two.
confused.
I will write down a brass. Brass.
Monkey.
And then 1, 5, 8.
All right. So with a rather loud for this lock sort of thing, you just hear
Oh, ooh.
like you were going really slow, but the mechanisms inside are very heavy, it sounds like. And so that brass key that actually had a little bit of oomph to it rotated some things that were not going to be stealthy.
Some things are just loud.
Yeah. But like loud for the deafening silence that you guys emanate.
Mm-hmm.
Not loud for a standard thing. Like nothing else is literally making a needle drop in here, and you just
It's when you're walking through the house in the middle of the night and you just like open a door and it's just like
Speaking of, I feel like
No.
the pantry door, I need to like that a little bit. Will I come down for food at 4 a.m.?
Don't come down for food at 4 a.m.
Okay. You open up this doorway,
Sleep.
and you immediately see that there is nothing of note in here
Nothing of note in here?
other than a frog.
Oh no, not another frog. These are
And-
goblin riding frogs, aren't they?
No. And this frog is it's about this size, about half. Well, you didn't see the one earlier. It was outside of your dark vision range.
They probably-
You didn't. Percy saw it.
Probably really.
Yeah. But this frog is of a subtly different color than the other one, and is about half the size of that other one. There's also a goblet of what looks to be like a 2-foot in diameter bowl that's been kind of like raised out of the ground on a dais. And there is a reddish liquid. It's very like translucent. You're not quite sure if like the liquid itself is red or if there's like a reflective surface on the inside of this bowl that has a red hue that is transferring into the liquid.
Okay. You've got a clear option here.
Drink it.
I take the key out of the door.
My key.
Oh, you took the key?
My key. I have key.
Oh,
I wrote it
yes.
down on my inventory.
Alright,
Brass key
alright,
number 1583.
Shit, let me just backspace it off on my inventory.
Fine, it's not a big deal. You know what I do? Can I walk into the room in front of you?
Sure.
Yeah, I walk into the room.
You stumble into the room blindly. That's not true. There's light in this room.
Yep.
Also, I hold.
For whatever reason, whenever you pull the dust cover off of it, you need to grease the rock.
The loudest scarf you've ever heard in your life, I want to tell you.
Why is there a hinge in here? And why is the hinge rusted?
Is it an AK without a dust cover?
I attempt to pick up the frog.
Okay.
I'm an expert at frog catching.
That's not what I thought you were going to do at all.
Make a
but, you
nature
know,
check.
That's.
Oops, sorry for that.
10 minutes later.
13.
You understand these frogs to have a viscous slime that covers them that tends to be rather poisonous upon contact.
Do
Okay,
you know
I
what kind
take.
of frog they are? Do you have a name for the type of frog?
Yeah,
We
do
call
I?
them poisonous frogs in these parts.
Okay, so I just I grab a cloth or either extra shirt or like whatever, and I pick it up.
Do you have
Okay,
a sack? Probably?
So these are called venom darts, and you also know that from the nature that they tend to be very, very spry and very quick. And when they feel threatened, they know that their skin is poisonous. They will attempt to literally just launch themselves at you and make contact. It's not life-threatening. It is more debilitating with the amount of pain that you go into, like agony for 5 to 10 minutes before you can get your sense of reality again.
I don't try and catch it with my mouth. All right.
This seems like so you're gonna still try and catch it though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is gonna be pretty dangerous. I'm ready
Yeah, but
though.
I got a +10 to my dex right now.
No,
you got
stealth checks.
Stealth check.
I'm being stealthy as fuck.
Yeah,
That doesn't really... All right.
we will not
Yeah.
see you trying to catch it.
So okay.
That's fair. There's some certain aspect of stealth that
You
might
have
be
to
helpful.
sneak up on it.
Yeah, I'll say you can take your time with doing this because right now, basically, in its own perspective, it's in the dark, door opens, light emanates. It's like, oh, there's vision in here. And then suddenly, mysterious blocky shadows are in the doorway,
Which-
being the creepiest thing that you can see.
Its intelligence probably isn't high enough to know what that means.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that looks danger, right? So that's what I was thinking. You can clearly see that it is going to be reactionary unless you get the sneak up on it. So maybe you move into the room. Maybe you take your time a bit. We'll see. What's your stealth roll like?
26.
Sometimes frogs are just frogs, and sometimes magic is crazy.
Magic is crazy.
Animal handling.
Modifier.
Oh, sorry. 28.
Animal handling.
Sometimes that too makes a difference.
Alright, animal handling. 20.
Okay. You actually have probably met some of these in your time in the woods.
Told you, bitch.
And you actually happen to know that like they're intensely reactive at first, but they also give up rather quickly. So as long as you can just keep them blinded for a little bit, let them jump around, get their spastic energy out, they actually calm down quite a bit. And the viscous fluid of their skin doesn't actually seep well through fibers.
I
So
pick it up and I put it in the goblet.
Wait, what?
okay, so she knapsacks this thing with a shirt, and it jumps and jumps and jumps, and then pretty soon it just goes still, right?
I put it in there. Save. We put it in the goblet.
Dad, help!
Is that my wheelhouse?
That doesn't seem like a great plan, but it seems like a plan. I mean, just be careful, I
I'm
guess.
sure there's other things that we could do to interact with that, but that
my first
seems
thought
like
was like,
one of the things.
Now that you've seen one of these things, you could
Right.
wild shape into one, right?
Is this so? The first one that we
Perfect.
interacted with, the first sewer area, there was one of these, right?
No, we haven't
There
seen
was
any
like-
goblets, have we?
There was like an altar, and there was
I for the purpose of this, they look like two different entities.
okay.
I don't remember, so...
I do remember there was a cauldron or something.
There was something. There was an altar. There was something red. I don't remember.
Okay, this is something new.
But okay. In which case, have
the
at
unique
it.
things about these venom darts is that they sound like crickets. They don't burp like bullfrogs.
Ooh.
Okay. So
Why didn't you want to just keep this?
I hold on to it and I wait until you
You're-
inspect the goblet.
you're
Inspect the goblet, Percy.
Okay, sure.
This seems magical. It's kind of out of my...
Yeah, I'll move into the room and inspect the goblet and see if I can. Are there any like runes? Is it like seem like it's humming with magical energy?
Make an Arcana check.
I will do that. I can do that. I'm kind of smart. A 16.
You do see some rune etchings, and from the arcanic symbols that you do know, that you get the sensation of place, matching, and unlock.
Right.
Perfect.
Riddle-ish.
Riddle me this, Batman.
Ribbit me this, Batman.
Okay. So I send that information out,
I mean,
and we want.
your guess
we
is as
want.
good as mine here, man. Place, unlock, and
Matching.
match.
Actually, and you get a definitive order of it too. Place, matching, unlock.
Right. My only thinking
Uh-huh.
is that she's half right. And did we see that other frog?
You were
in
the
that?
only one that saw that frog. It would have been in dark vision, so you don't quite have the full understanding of what color it would be. But go ahead and give me a perception check, based on.
I can do that. I'm less perceptive than I am smart. I rolled a 1.
Grayscale. You are not sure if it was a different skin color or not.
Okay. I explained to them that the only conclusion that I can logically draw is that we have to put 2 frogs in the cup.
Not that there's another one of these goblets somewhere else in the compound that's matching this one that unlocks something when you do something to both of them.
I mean, that might be it.
Ribbit.
I mean, the frogs seem good enough to me. Do what you want. I'm
put
standing
the
in the
frog
other.
in the
I'm standing in the other
goblet.
room.
Put both frogs in the goblet, but
I attempt to put frog in goblet.
Okay.
Ribbon.
You just like dump it in there with the shirt, or you just let the shirt out and just fling it in there?
I just sort of like it in there. Get in there, slimy thing.
So several things. One, you can see that this shirt or whatever you're using is now coated in the secretion of it.
Ooh, I put it in my bag.
And you happen to know
that.
that those things remain potent for about 30 minutes
I put it in my bag.
before it dries out. And it's no longer, it becomes inert.
Oh my gosh, we have a cloth.
We
They
have
don't knock you out.
lots and lots of pain on the cloth.
And dumping the frog in there, like it plops into the dais here, and it just kind of
likes
like
it.
rotates, and it tries to get out, and you can see like the little frog prints go as it slides back down, and it starts jumping, and it eventually like the water starts sloshing, and it jumps out.
No. When I start to see it get some like extra bits, and I'm like, I'll throw the fucking cloth on top. Fuck that, you're staying in there.
You also see that the rune for place lights up in it like an arcane bluish kind of glow.
Especially when that happens, stay in there.
So I just head back out to see if I can still find that frog.
Let me stealth check.
Also, this time
you
without
tell us?
plus 10.
17.
Okay.
Yes, I've already explained to you that we need both frogs, or that is my thinking that we probably need both frogs. So
I'm
say
way
that
more
I am
on board.
going to go get both frogs.
I'm way more on board with this when that room lights up. Like, it seems good enough plan to me.
Are you going with anyone, or are you just completely separate?
I think it's just me, unless someone comes with me. She's a little preoccupied.
I'm not.
Definitely
going.
I'll go with you if you want. Like,
Sure.
I'll need a
do
second
you
stealth
think you
check.
got this handled over here? I mean, there's nothing else over. Yeah, you got Prometheus with you.
Yeah.
He can pick up the frog if need be. Well, I'm gonna go join you.
Prometheus is just a little blob going.
He's literally just like with his thumb trying to like heat up the little goblet.
Stealth check, then.
Okay. 25.
Okay.
She's in a race.
You 20 with the +5?
Yes.
He's rolling
I
there,
am
boys.
critical man. I roll nothing but criticals.
Okay. As you guys are peeking out, you see
we hot tonight, boys.
Just you and Prometheus.
a rather eccentric-looking man talking to this wolf that's passing along.
Human?
Human, yes. And he's like, "Listen here, wolf. We are going to find the riches of the sewers down here one day. Just you watch me. I know." And he like leans over to the side of the path and he's looking into the sewage very closely. Yeah, they're here somewhere. And he keeps going. A small little goblin that's holding like a pile of towels is behind them. They are not clean. Just kind of like trying to keep it.
Telepathically, I'm like, that doesn't seem like a Xanathar guild member.
Let's just let that go on its way for now. Maybe it'll be a good distraction for later.
Okay, sure.
I'm very curious to see what happens with that situation.
We can let that play out. Blink, blink, blink.
The other adventuring party.
Give me a perception check, both of you.
I can do that this time.
Do you see the fat beholder tattoo on the side of his neck?
14.
8.
He's got an ML.
As they walk on down the hallway, you clearly hear the goblin say, "Alpha, I don't think we're supposed to be here."
What do you say his name was?
Alpha.
Alpha. Ooh, okay. We just let Alpha do his thing then.
Just let him on his way.
Alpha and Zots. I don't want to see that pair. All right. Yeah, we let them go on, and then we chase after that frog.
Yes.
Okay.
Big. Hold it.
Also, I want you to know the dog is me.
You peek down here, and you don't presently see the frog within your vision.
Okay.
Your frog is getting rather feisty. Give me another animal handling check.
What do frogs that big eat?
What?
What do frogs that big eat?
Yeah, 20.
Was it a
20,
frog that big?
20.
You actually know
Frog
that
eat
if
in
you run
normal
them
what
this
we
way, they
allow.
get home. They just start. You hear the cricket
They're
noise
big
start coming.
frogs.
I mean, that one was this big.
Oh.
And the other one was like giant, right?
And you know that those. Well, you guys can make me nature checks.
Nature checks. I am
They probably
Not-
eat people, which is literally
12.
exactly what I think. 4.
Okay. You know that they're venom dart frogs, but you don't know much beyond that. You know that the larger they are, the less poisonous they are. Yours is of about a medium
Are
variety.
you still? You guys can still
You
talk
can-
to me.
yeah,
It's been
you-
a mile.
Yep. We kind of keep you up to date.
Yeah,
on
keep
what's
you
going
up to
on.
date.
I mean, you're sitting in on our conference call, so it's kind of like, how big was? Oh wait, how big was that one in there? I didn't get a good look at it. It was that big.
You bring Vinny into the call.
If I could just add more people, that'd be sick.
I'm literally like, can you hear this?
I mean, so we last seen traveling this direction.
Yeah.
So we travel that direction, trying to find a frog.
Yes.
Bro,
For
Okay. You get closer.
I really hope this is a solution, because otherwise this is a lot of work for not a lot of gain.
You get down to here, and you notice a couple things. You hear sounds coming out from the grated off area over here. There's a grate right here, actually, that's preventing you guys from traveling further along that route.
Okay.
But you do know that this was the entrance from earlier. Right. You would understand there'd be some kind of mechanism you'd think that would let you in here somehow.
Follow the drawbridge.
And then you hear more voices down at the far end of the corridor. They seem to be having a heated conversation down there.
Okay.
No froggy.
If we don't see a frog at this point, I would turn back.
Okay.
You don't
I
think we
think-
can handle it?
I mean, we can. If you feel that confident, we can go try to handle it. But
All right, one more perception check for you, person. Just based off of conversation.
1.
Then, no.
I am not a perceptive man.
Okay. So you were
I
not.
know what love is.
I don't know the look of a dark frog, but all I know is the noise it makes when it takes a
Are these
man's
things-
laugh.
This thing was big enough that if it was like swimming around in here, would we even see it?
If it was on the surface, sure.
Okay, but it was like, I don't know.
It was literally
Deep
like,
enough.
this one was like this big. You would see like
Basketball size.
a basketball floating in the sewage.
Okay, but it could. The sewage is deep enough that it could go like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yo,
So I make the suggestion that we should turn back and group back up, and maybe like group up, clear out some more area, and then come back to this. Or
And just as
Before
a,
that,
hold on, I need to give myself some reminders here.
I take out some rations out of my pack. And set them down right here.
Okay, what kind of rations? What was your nature
Meat.
check?
What?
What was your nature check? Let's go.
12.
Okay, yeah, you know that they're carnivorous. They
Meat.
eat bugs and stuff.
I would do meat anyway.
they eat people. I told you.
Yeah. Meat. Or the dead goblin.
He sets out a foot.
Wait, I mean, not dead goblin.
You do have several forms of like different stage cooked
shit.
goblins in there.
Hey, do you remember right here? There is also
Oh,
boxes with a
rotten
variety
food.
of
Yes.
bits.
I take that food out too.
Okay.
Or I keep my rations and use this.
I'm just saying, if you need a variety, there's a variety that you can choose from.
Yeah,
Okay.
I put a
But
bunch
he knows
of food
what it
out.
means.
You come back in here and you can see a clearly groggy goblin that is not having a good time with the head pain that was given to him earlier.
Sleep, 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 sleep.
Yeah, and you guys are able to bring out some food and you just... Where are you saying it?
Not with my dagger, with my hand.
Sleep, 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 sleep.
I'm gonna make a little path of food into here.
Alright, the larger the path, the more detectable it is when people are running around.
Right. Okay. I start by putting some food out like, right there.
Okay,
And to see what happens.
fair enough. You are essentially, there are two pipes that spill sewage into here. So if that is where they're coming from, you stand a good chance of it detecting it and wanting that food. So, yeah, you guys are now in this area. What's next?
Wait a short amount of time. Listening for lots of different things.
You do hear noises. That argument continues on for a little bit before finally quieting down. You guys see Alpha come walking back with his wolf and goblin in tow again. But they are clearly oblivious. They're literally like looking up at the wall, and Alpha's like tracing his hand. Like, oh, I think I found something. Hey, what does this say? You know I can't read.
Crunk the wall.
You guys are able to like dip back into the secret compartment if like you felt the need to. He is completely oblivious to the ongoings here.
I wonder if he went down and opened one of those doors or not.
You do not have vision that far.
Yeah.
Or I would tell you. And so he continues on, and he like uses a spell to kind of like walk over this area before he extends out.
Okay.
A water walk spell?
Something to that effect.
Am I feeling like this food thing isn't working, or do I just feel like I need more food?
Yes. And after about several minutes, basically enough time for him to get out of there.
Okay.
You notice a very, very black spot amongst this otherwise somewhat grayscale water, and you see a smaller, grayer strip that leads down the top of its back. And this thing is probably as wide as that dais is in there. It's about 2 feet across. It is the largest one that you guys have seen yet by far. When it surfaces, there's like giant bubbles that are like popping next to its pores. And then as soon as it finally clears, you can hear like the sound of a thick cricket chirping, just like just a deep, a thick. You already have inspiration.
You thicket.
The thicket emerges, and it's just this low, dull, bassy kind of like things with reverb. Just start drowning out the tunnel sounds. And you can see like this.
This is your plan.
Giant bulbous eyes are just like slowly as it's pushing itself up out of the water, and you can see that it's extending itself, and the legs seem a little bit longer than what you're comfortable with. It starts to look a little bit odd as its mouth now is like level height with the platform.
It's a Tom Kench! Get him!
And its mouth just starts opening. You can see lots of sharp teeth. And a very long tongue just slowly like working its way out towards.
Okay. I let it grab that food, and I produce some more food, and I'm like trying to coax it into following us.
Animal handling with advantage.
I believe in you.
I've learned so much from my time with Astra. Which is, yeah.
I gave you advantage.
3. I rolled a 2 and a 3.
It gets up there.
You've learned so much with your time with Astra, he says.
Its tongue reaches out and just like almost curls around the majority of the food there, and it brings it back.
Get it.
And then you see another tongue come out over the top of it.
Oh!
And
No?
you can see the eyes start searching, but before you realize what happened, the tongue is like lashed out, and you can see like almost these suction like things that just sticks to some of the food and just rips it out of your grasp.
Right.
And then it just sits there, and it closes its mouth, and you can just like it's slowly submerged. Not quite like, unlike a crocodile, but the nostrils that it's breathing.
You
from.
said the bigger these things are, the less poisonous they are, right?
Yes, but the much larger teeth they have that you have seen. Now.
Okay,
Right.
what if we alligator wrestle wrangled this thing? I mean, I've probably wrestled and wrangled with something bigger than this thing, or worse
I
than this
think
thing.
that it would be a great idea, and you would be very good at that.
I would be rather good at it.
Mister, I'm athletic and whatnot.
This thing starts floating down.
Unfortunately,
the
I
lazy
can't
river.
speak with animals, so I can't talk it into following us.
This thing looks so big and heavy that I couldn't even budge it.
It does look rather large. It would. You don't have full visibility of it, but if there is meat underneath of the surface of the water here, what you did see, it looked heavy. Not maybe unbudgeable, but if it wanted to put up a fight, you probably would not be able to carry it.
Okay,
without...
instead I run in and grab large handfuls of food from inside the storehouse and then bring them and put them in the tunnelway and like start making a larger path of food.
Okay.
Like specific.
That's fair. You found out that the food plan works, so now the large path of food plan might work.
Yeah.
Okay, stealth check.
We'll say I'm probably being more quick than stealthy.
Okay, fair. You still get like a...
I get it. Or I'll just roll 22.
Okay, in quick
Maybe
order,
I'm quick and stealthy.
you have done your homework. You memorized what the state of decay of the boxes were. You were able to avoid making much noise as you started procuring this stuff. This thing starts floating down the river, though, not really paying much mind to this right now. And that deep, bellowy, crickety noise starts happening again. And this time you can hear shouts coming down the hallway as kind of like taking the form of, we need to scare that damn thing off. I can't sleep around here.
Split-second decision. We...
Fine.
Okay.
In the sewer.
That's what that's our plan. No changing it now. Split-second decision.
Get out of here.
Darn it. Okay.
I feel like we gotta have some kind of drama and tension in the situation. Let's beat them up.
I panic.
Oh,
I
panic.
and I grab the frog and I
with your
bring it
hands?
with me. I'm having.
It's currently like in the water of it, so it's
Do your hands wet?
you're gonna reach into the water to grab
I just leave it as.
it. Okay, it's not a bee though. It does not buzz. It crickets.
Oh Lord. All right. And then
And you know, now that I'm thinking about it might have just been any mash and anything. We probably could have just put cards in there and it would have worked out just fine. The frog was there.
We'll try that next. Maybe.
Okay. What you doing?
Me and Prometheus head out. Roll
out.
All right, you're gonna be probably a turn late here.
Sure.
You were setting up the path here. You were keeping lookout basically around here. So for the purpose of this, you're close.
Hey, we're using one of my painted minis. That makes me happy.
I agree.
I can
And
give you a whole bunch more bandits, by the way.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
They're color-coded.
pretty kick-ass bandits too.
probably use more bandage right now actually.
Okay, I'll get them in a second.
Then let's go into initiative.
Though they are. They aren't,
Initiative.
so you have to be
Are we rerolling initiative or are we using the...
We'll use that.
Okay.
cool.
Okay. Nothing changes about that order.
Casters and initiative is so weird where it's like, there's, depending on what you have prepared and like what your game plan is, it's like, being first could be the most meth thing ever, or being first could be like, yeah, insta win.
I like going first. It's nice.
This is the sight you see. Kind of. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. You do not see them. You hear them.
Okay,
Off in the distance.
And I'm not Percy either. You marked that from Percy, right?
Yes.
Okay. I definitely don't. But I do hear them coming, and I step out into the tunnel behind Percy and prep an action to fire at it. I hear goblins, right? Or just the dude?
Just the dude. You have not
Okay.
heard the goblins yet.
Then I'll prep an action to fire at the dude.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd rather fire at Mark.
Okay.
I can't really think of a way to justify it.
And Percy.
If you wait a turn, we wait in this hallway with us without a trace. Ambush them.
They technically... No, we chose to fight. We made split-second decision.
We did make a split second decision to fight. I
But
think
you
that I
did call out
am
for
doing
me.
the... Yeah,
So
we
I
did
would
call
say
out.
wait for me.
I am doing the same thing where I'm taking out my crossbow and I'm prepping an action to shoot whatever comes running this
Okay.
direction other than Astra.
I presume that anything in here is likely to have the same vision distance as us, or less.
Awesome.
There's probably not a whole lot of things
Tip, tap. You know what to do. Go get him. Ah! And they start swimming down this tunnel.
Good.
Lucky. Unlucky.
You also note that they're rather proficient at it as they just are racing each other down the end here. They do come into range of your vision at this point. They're about this close. You guys may take your ready actions.
Okay, cool.
You did say against the man if that's what you wanted specifically, but you can just say.
I would much rather shoot the goblins if possible.
Okay.
Do we have any kind of advantage or anything?
You
like
guys need to do stealth checks.
Okay.
Sure.
This is a D12. I'm not gonna roll a D12.
I wish this was a D12. 4.
13.
I forgot to reload my crossbow. I gotta get that real quick.
Okay. You are not invisible from either of them.
Okay.
So
They see us.
they see you guys.
That's just fine. They
And
probably think we're frogs.
so
And
this
you
is
two,
like a reaction where we reuse our action from the previous turn. Basically, that's how prepped action works,
Yep.
right? We're not.
yeah, this is your reaction that's activating.
Yeah. Cool.
And so it's arbitrary which one comes into sight first. So both of you hold either 1 or 2 under the desk, and then on reveal, that'll be the target you're shooting. Left is 1, right is 2.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, reveal.
Bam!
All right, number 2 gets it.
Get
Who
it.
gets it?
Get out.
All right, you number 1's probably diving under the surface of the water right now. He's really into the sludge of it.
Ew.
So into it.
Bye, Colin. You roll a crit.
What the hell,
Bye.
Ban that dice.
Hi, Jenny.
I got a reasonable 12 for mine.
That is a hit on the poop rolling goblin.
Cool.
All right. Well, I'm not sneak attack, so I only do 2d6.
I deal 6 damage.
Okay.
I deal 8 damage.
All right. With the familiar twang and the snapping of the crossbar of the crossbow, and just technically you're using your bludgeoning arrows in here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The first one just hits the thing hard, on the top of the head, and you just see the breath of air that it was holding on to just coming out in the water, and then the bolt just pierces it probably through a lung, and he just it is now unconscious, face down in the sledge.
We do our best, all right?
Technically, you didn't make him face down. He was already face down. You just prevented him from face upping.
Yeah. I have a thing about not letting people Jimi Hendrix themselves, so I make sure that they all fall face forward. Sometimes it backfires.
The other one didn't notice, though. He was underneath. Kind of hard to hear. He probably did, though. He probably saw it, actually. Actually, he does not move that far. Okay, so he can see you both now. And you can see he's probably about 6 feet tall. He's a bit muscular, and he's carrying 2 throwing axes. And you can see just satchels of belt loops around him that are holding more of these throwing axes. Intruder! And he throws 2 axes in your general direction.
Thunk, thunk.
First one's going at you, second one's going at you. Alright, first attack is going to be a critical. Fuck you, Colin.
Hey, I mean, you dish them out, you get them back. It's all how that works, you know.
The next attack is going to be a 19.
That is a hit.
Pull him up.
I use my special psychic, block the axe ability, and don't take any damage.
Is that a thing?
No.
No, it isn't.
It's not a thing. I'm not a monk. I can't catch it out of the air and throw it back at him.
Throw back at him.
Alright. Oh, he's going to be like that. You're going to have 14 damage.
Ow.
Yeah, as that axe just catches you. The armor stops what it can, but it just cleaves the armor and punches you in the rib. And you're pretty sure you cracked one. That axe is going to hit you as well for a modest 4.
4?
Yeah.
handle that for now.
Modest.
Yeah.
Morus.
That's half of
Yeah.
a
So he
person.
just comes throwing up and just with both hands, and then just reaches down, grabs 2 more, and he's ready to go again.
Alrighty.
I really want to throw a poison frog at this guy, but I didn't grab it.
The big frog does not give notice and continues floating lazily down the river.
Wow, he's speaking.
Lazy Susan.
He's
Where's he gonna go? There's a grate at the end of that thing, right? The grate didn't look like he could fit through it, did he?
No, it does not.
I wonder where he's headed.
Nature is fucking wild, man.
We should just go there and he's like cheese grated on the other side.
Oh, no.
You know, a bunch of little baby frogs.
So technically, I don't think you guys have seen the grate yet, but there's saw blades on the front of it that are just constantly spinning.
This is the
And
most
that's how slime
frogger
reproduce.
Yeah.
So that takes us to Astra.
Me, am I at the edge yet?
And 20, 30. You can get into here. 30. And 20, 30, 40. You cannot see around the corner, so you'd have to dash in order to get into view.
Don't do it.
Roll onto it.
Maybe?
What are you gonna do?
With all that junk. All that junk. Yeah, I'll. Oh! Yes, I do. I do dash.
Yeah.
Also, Prometheus has.
What is his fly speed? This is 60 feet.
I'll pull it up.
It would take your bonus action to dash him if that's what you had to do.
He's got a 30-foot
Okay, yeah, so he can be 10 feet behind you or 40 feet behind you.
behind me.
Yeah, he was 10 feet, he or 5 feet, whatever, basically.
He's trailing behind you. Do you want
Yeah.
him to run also?
I want him to go ahead of me.
Okay.
He'll have to do that next turn because
Okay.
he's
Yeah, so if you use your bonus action to give him his action, which he can use to dash, he can keep up with you this turn.
Okay, I do that.
Okay, cool. Then it is back to the top. Rin.
Ow! I shoot him.
Shoot him or the goblin.
The goblin hasn't surfaced yet, or has?
He's come back up at this point.
I will shoot the goblin.
Okay. He's just swimming it out, man.
I
He's going
will-
for this frog.
Take aim and fire. Oh, one off.
Oh my god.
24.
It's the same dice too. I keep looking. It's the black one.
Okay, I'll switch it out for.
No,
a different
you don't have to. It's working in your favor right now.
I mean, that's
I promise
fine.
you it doesn't change
Yeah.
anything. It never
Whatever.
does.
So you do hit though.
Just makes him stronger.
The goblin just. I like it when bolts hit me in the toxic sewage.
11, 12, and 14 damage.
Just like you hit him right at the base of the spine.
14 damage.
Yeah, just. And
I
it,
just did 40.
the bolt hits him in the back of the spine, or at the base of the spine, and you can just see it just. The casing of the lead on it just impacts, flattens against it, and then just literally with all that inertia, punches him into the sewage a little bit, and it just bounces off and hits the wall.
Listen, my character does two things: stealths well and does damage.
What's the distance here between this guy and the party here?
Well, from Rin, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,
From my square?
60. That's not true. It's here. 70.
It's not my turn. I
Nope,
just need to
it's
know.
personally.
But you could actually have moved over this diagonal, which I'm presuming is what you do on your turn.
He's 60 feet away.
Yeah, you would be 60 feet away from him.
And Prometheus is like 65 feet away.
65, 70, somewhere around there, yeah.
His flame seed is only 30 feet, so you guys got this.
Is it like 30-60 or is it 30 flat?
Very flat.
Percy!
Yep. I am going to.
Look back at him.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you guys are going. I'm gonna go grab some bandits.
Banditos!
Bandito Dorito.
Doritos!
I've got 10 toes.
Okay, so I take my crossbow and I fire at the big boy.
Okay.
Like Ian.
Like buggy.
Zoop, doop. That is an 8, but I'm going to use my favored by the gods to add 2d4 to it.
Okay.
Tonight. Luck be a lady.
12, 13.
That is his armor class.
Nice.
I hit him for 5 damage.
Cool.
And then... Yes.
Oh, sorry.
As a bonus action, my crossbow starts to glow, and a spectral duplicate of it appears next to the orc boy.
Oh.
You're gonna bash him.
As a glowy, like ghostly version of my crossbow, like morphs out of my crossbow and flies over there with the little Triton lady like waving slightly, and then it aims at him and then swings up and bashes him on the head.
What is this ability?
A spiritual weapon.
Oh my
Your
god.
spiritual weapon is a melee crossbow. I love it. That's beautiful.
Spiritual weapons bonus action to cast?
Yes. Yeah. It is a bonus action, and as part of casting it, I can make the first attack.
Nice.
Attack.
They're not.
Oh, but I rolled a 1. This is my first time using a spiritual weapon, so I'm out of whack.
What was the what?
It was a 1.
Oh no!
Definitely not a hit.
You have an inspiration token, though.
I do. I would totally use that.
Yeah, get at it with your spectral hammer.
Give me this fancy dice. I rolled a 2 instead, so probably not.
I've stolen your luck.
You need to, like, stop giving your
Pray
dice
to your
rolls.
god. Pray to your god.
I already did that while you were pooping.
Okay.
This berserker, like, not having ever seen anything like this before, but still was ready for something, and like gets his axes crossed up in time to block the hits coming in. And even when the supernatural, it like tries to shift its attack at the last moment, he catches it. It's like, whoa, that was a lot easier than expected, actually. And he goes to like swing at it through the air and doesn't knock it out. Okay, pray harder. All right, then that makes it their turn.
Wait, I didn't get to go.
You're last.
You're last.
Oh.
Wah, wah.
These two
My
are
turn's gonna be so
now being
great.
carried by the current down the stream.
We'll get to that in a second. Okay. Hopefully they don't get eaten by.
Ugh.
Listen, we're
Big
trying, okay?
giant teeth.
The frog's over here.
Because
That one is.
There's at least
so the devil.
And then this guy, he's going to continue running forward. It's very awkward for him. 20 feet away, you guys are on the other side of the sewage from him. Does he get in the sewage for this? Not. Yeah, so this time he's going to. You're dangerous with those things, and so he just throws both axes at you.
Yeah, me?
Yep.
Aw. Boo.
18 and 13.
One hit.
4 damage. Modest.
Still alive.
He rolled max damage on his crit against you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he just like, one after the other, just hucks one, and you parry it with your bow just in time to realize that he intended that you were defenseless in time. The second axe catches you right on the arm and bites in a bit before it falls off. And he pulls out another 2 axes. You can see that he's got 2 left. Before now that he's closer, you can see that there's something looming back on his back. It's probably like a much more melee version of a weapon. And now it is Astra's turn.
Darn it.
You can see a very large black pad going down, just drifting along the hallway.
Just like, I like that it's still looking forward, but it's like drifting down the river.
Does this boy look healthy?
Yes. You can see that there's a single bolt, just barely like... he's wearing like thick hide armor, and you can see one of like just the tip of one of Percy's bolts sticking out, you realize that it might have done some damage to him, it wasn't very deep at all.
How far is this across?
So it is 20 feet across.
Okay. So Prometheus does fiery teleportation, and the spirit in each willing creature of your choice, which would be me, can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space. You can see each creature within 10 feet of that space that the spirit left. Oh, that the spirit left.
Yeah.
Not
He
that
goes-
I go to.
And then disappears.
But he can teleport you and himself like into melee or across the room.
But I think I would get hit by the fire.
These are 10-foot squares,
Oh yeah.
so maybe.
And I don't know.
Would I need to move first?
You would need to move him first, but you have movement with him.
Okay, yeah, I move him, we teleport.
Okay, and it's your bonus action to teleport, right?
Yeah, you use your bonus action to
Wait,
control him. Right?
okay, then no, I don't do that.
Because you wouldn't be able to Shillelagh this turn.
Yeah, I will flame seed him.
He can hover, right?
Yep.
So you can just fly him out over here to make up the space that he needs to get there.
I'll have him use flame seed, and then I will.
A pretty good like pokey option. The
Yeah,
flame seeds
yeah.
firebolt combo is nothing to sneeze at.
Achoo!
Make your attack at him.
I also have scorching ray.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah, dude.
That's
Fucking do it.
that's a
That's a nice
He
one.
looks healthy, so
I like
I'm
scorching.
gonna scorching ray and flame seed. So I'll do mine first. So a scorching ray, you create 3 rays of fire and hurl them at targets within range.
Okay, there is
Make a
there's a toad.
nope.
There is
Make
a
a
Prometheus.
Make a ranged spell
And
attack
unify.
for each ray.
Yes, make 3 attacks
On
against this man.
Yeah, a me.
and one attack for
me.
Prometheus.
Okay, yeah, this is gonna be.
Hey,
Okay,
that is a
Keep
crit
going.
for the first ray,
15.
plus your spell attack modifier, which is 5. And 14. All 3 will connect.
Nice.
First
That's
one being a critical.
pretty dang
And
good.
then, so 2d6.
Total of 8d6, right?
Yeah, okay, well, here we
This is if
go.
Do you want to roll
Roll it all at
Prometheus' attack so you can roll his attack dice too, or do you want to keep them separate?
No, gotta keep them separated.
Well, she just kills him with this blast right here, and then she might want to shoot the flame seed at the toad.
yeah.
No, we do.
Here we go. Here's
I don't,
This is
I feel
going to be
like
the most
toad probably
intense set of
beat you.
ones you ever see, by the way. Out of
it's gonna get
1d6.
so good.
8 damage.
I mean, this is a fireball. Like,
8d6 is a fireball, right?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
68.
Okay, we have a 6, a 5, a 5, a 4, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 2.
A 2.
Okay, 16, 20, 26, 31. Is that healthy fireball damage?
31 damage.
So,
Emmy!
you
that's
just
enough
come.
to
A flame!
kill me a level
A
ago.
flame!
That's enough to kill me next level.
Yikes!
Okay,
So you can.
is he still standing?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, how much is
Oh.
your max HP?
A level ago was
So-
14.
Prometheus.
Like, kill.
Like,
Oh.
kill me.
Oh, okay.
Now it's 20.
Okay. I'm the most healthy at 24, I think.
Great, so we'll pull up his stuff.
The next level will likely be under 30, or around 30.
And a ranged weapon attack with a +4 to hit.
Come on, Prometheus.
Okay, so
Prometheus.
12.
Is going to be a miss. Alright,
I believe
so
it, no.
what incantation are you using to summon your Scorching Ray?
This entire character's concept is based off of verbal bleh of what the spell is written. So
Mhm.
Scorching Ray, legitimately.
Okay.
Do you like scorching ray, or is it just like scorching ray, or?
I think it's scorching ray.
Okay, that's a mouthful.
Yeah.
So like you come running down this corridor,
Or
right?
maybe
You got
ray, but I don't know yet.
you got the
It's
telepathic
my
call
first time.
for help, and so you come sprinting down this corridor at as fast as you can, and just this slow glow of red ember burning starts emanating from your hands as you come running to the end, and you can see like several axes are now collapsed over here on the ground. One's still sticking out of Percy and Ren each, and you just come to a hole like a sliding hole right at the edge of the sewage, and you throw your hands forward, breathing scorching ray, or whatever you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think it might just be ray. We'll see.
And just like these arcing smaller beams followed by one like almost 4-inch in diameter, just straight beam just hits him and connects. Like both the side ones hit him like underneath the armpits as he's grabbing his axes, and the one hits center mass and just punches him up against the wall. And you can see his head rebound against the wall ever so slightly as you deal quite the blow to him.
You.
And then Prometheus like feeling that hype. He's like, yeah, he's just out there floating over the sewage, cocks back like a pitcher, throws that seed and then snaps against the rock next to where he was standing.
Well, like the blow, caused him to kind of go down one knee, and the thing would have hit him in the head.
Prometheus does take a moment to look at the toad floating underneath of him, or against the wrong direction current. What?
He ain't that cute, guys.
Back at the top of the
He's
turn,
more
Rin.
proud of me.
Blue. These things continue
Look
there.
at me.
Well, I have one combat action. Take aim and shoot shots.
Shoot your shot.
I'm gonna shoot my
Shoot your
shot,
shot,
kid.
Oh, don't let me forget stuff.
And with my critical with my other dice.
I told you it doesn't change anything.
Actually cheating.
I'm not. I'm rolling right in front of you.
Even possible.
You watched me roll, or maybe you didn't, but that's your fault.
Somebody.
The most reassuring statement you could possibly make.
Somebody clip that. We need a.
10, 11. If I could roll any damage on my dang dice, though, that'd be nice.
What my nine
Okay,
knives?
there we go. 12, 13,
We need a replay on the sidelines.
19, 20, 22 damage.
Okay.
Get a dice cam for Colin's side of the table. Keep him honest.
So, like,
I'll
he
keep
takes these
switching
bolts.
it up if you want,
I'm
man.
gonna order another.
It's just like Eric, who my barbarian with the axe, who just he always was using advantage on his attacks and just always crit.
Wait,
Yeah, so this poor man, like, takes those bolts, head bounds off against the wall, he starts clutching his head, and then your blunted arrow just smacks, and you just see his nose erupt in a fountain of blood as it just breaks it. Just like screaming, just echoing this hallway, almost enough to drown out the cricket sound that's still continuing. But he's still going.
What a rude boy. You
Percy.
said I had seen when I originally did my scouting, I'd kind of seen who the boss was. Just that guy.
You did not see hardly anyone. You saw one patrol. I was talking about you could make assumptions based on the boss of the other hideout that you've been to.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, you had a 3 for your investigation.
Okay. That makes more sense. I couldn't understand why I was getting all this information about who was in the camp. Okay.
I shoot with my crossbow. That is a 19.
Okay. Yes.
And
Big thanks from you.
It deals 10 damage.
Nice. He's doing like almost.
If I don't say I believe in you, then that's what happens.
And then my other crossbow hits him, and it crits.
Yeah! Beat him up with a crossbow!
Pew 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 pew.
The spectral outline of the Triton woman who was like very, very visible on the barrel or on the butt of the crossbow gives him a little wink, and I roll a 1 for one of my critical dice for the almost exact same damage.
I love that
It's
idea.
8 plus my spellcasting. So that is the last one was 10. This one's 11 damage.
Okay.
I increased my damage by 1 by critting,
Nice.
but I rolled the exact same number.
So, right in his other lung area, this one definitely penetrates, and it's just like some frothing starts appearing, and then that crossbow just comes in and right across both of the crossbow bolts that are now sticking out, and just punches it into him, and he just leans back against the wall. He slowly slides down, leaving a trail up against the back wall there. He's gasping, gurgling for air that is finding less purchase.
I just want to call attention to the fact that your crossbow has this Triton woman embossed on it, and your spectral weapon version of this crossbow has a version of her appearing behind, hitting people with this crossbow. That is absolutely beautiful.
Well, no, so it's not like she's standing there holding the crossbow.
Okay.
It's her on the crossbow. On the spectral version of the crossbow is animated and like moving around.
Okay. That is so good.
Which is even better when you think about the fact that this is a crossbow that wasn't like that. He didn't even put that on the crossbow. He like won the crossbow in a gambling match, and now
What a
it's
great
just,
imagination.
It's real hard to figure out what a spiritual weapon for someone who doesn't have a god is.
And combat is over.
Oh, he not.
You know, I'm fine.
You're fine.
I'm totally fine.
The two axes that he was holding, just clank down on the ground next to him. You can hear very disgusting liquidy breaths coming from across the hallway.
We want to stabilize him, right?
I think we need to do a battlefield assessment and possibly a couple of those. Yeah, I don't think those goblins are making it.
I'm gonna try.
They are out of vision at this point.
I'm gonna try and get down there.
Okay. Give me a dexterity check.
Okay. Uh, 19. The straight dexterity. No, wait, that's in my dexterity saving throw. Sorry. Straight dexterity is 17.
Okay. I crit this for the frog. You get down here. It is a bit of a distance for you, just in time to see that the second one's still there. The other one is under the surface. You see lots of bubbling, and you see a red tint in the water.
I do my best to pull the other one out.
Okay.
The one that's not being eaten.
Because he did crit, you are going to make a contested check against this.
Okay.
It'll be athletics against him.
Alright, let's fucking go.
You got the second tongue just for this.
Yes. Finally.
9.
That's fine. We'll split the odds.
No!
You start
pull out
pulling.
half a goblin.
You start pulling, and you realize that this thing is voracious in the water, and it is missing from here over. You get the majority half, but
Listen, as much as I would,
goblin
as
out
much as I would honestly love to save these goblins, I am a believer in nature and the cycle of
cycle of life and goblin death continues.
If the animal kingdom decided that these goblins were going to die, then it's not necessarily my position to say otherwise at this point. That's a little bit more my wheelhouse.
When you pull away, like it pulled away very easily. You see the big bulbous eyes like looking at you, and the mouth just opens again. You can see remnants of like that arm, and
Remnants of the genuine eyes.
crunches it, and it goes underneath the water again.
You can't complain about Monster Hunter and complain about that at the same time. You gotta choose a side.
Are the animals the good guys or the bad guys?
All right, I think we will call it here, guys.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's night
It is
time.
midnight.
Jeez. This session just flew by.
It did actually. I'm gonna have to save a third map to the phone book and keep the other two on standby. All right. So thank you guys for attending.
Happy Tuesday!
Happy Tuesday. Thank you for attending the 13th
Actually,
session.
happy
of Waterdeep.
like Labor Day.
Yeah, happy like Wednesday now, my dudes. I hope you all have a good one. And Odin's Eye, we'll see you next Tuesday.
Bye bye.
Ironic that it's my dude's Wednesday.